Les, thank you for 10 seeds. Congressman Dudes, kunin kita ninong sa kasal. Ayoko niyan. Nakakapagod yan. Ikaw na lang. Sasa? Sino? Sino doon? Patay. Hindi ko alam. Oy, bossing Tang Lord. Thank you for 143. I love you to, boss. Dude, may chismis kang bago? Wala naman. Atras kundi malapit na to. Ano yun? Boss Dude, isa-serve na daw yung... Alin yung isa-serve? Steak? Okay lang. Huwag lang court order. Walang sponsor ngayon. Ang sponsor natin ngayon, Razer. Thank you for Razer and Ymir para sa tournament. Ang ganda. Orpin Queen, thank you for 19. Totoo ba na i-delete ni na The World ang karakter nila? Ayon sa article 7.3 or 7.3, maaari nila itong gawin sa batas under. Hindi ko alam pre. Pero depende sa kanila yung karakter nila yun eh. Kung gusto nila delete nila. Pero kasi mahirap nang ipanakot yan pre. Either mag-quit ka na lang dyan or siguro nag-e-expect sila na eto pa rin siguro yung ina-expect ngayon ni Brolong. Hello. Magdidito si Brolong ng account. Oh my god, red alert. Siguro ganun ang ina-expect nila pre. Pero si si WeMade, nasa point na siya na global na siya pre. Alam mo yun, nasa point na yung si WeMade ng global sila pre. Kailangan natin tanggapin yun pre. Thank you iGrowth. Maraming salamat. Si WeMade, very famous around the world pre. Masyado siyang malaki na para ma-bothered or i-threaten ng iilang tao pre. Yun ang tingin ko boss Yun ang tingin ko kay WeMade. Masyado ng big company na si WeMade. Bangkay, thank you for 20 Bangkay. Global na kasi ang WeMade, pre. Boss, ayun din ba yung suot mo kahapon? Oh, gusto mo suotin ko ulit bukas eh. Aruhey, thank you for 95. Tingin mo boss, tama ba yung desisyon? Kung ako yung tatanungin, pre, kung ako kailangan nila magkaroon para maiwasan yan. Kumuha sila ng naglalaro talaga ng game. Tapos gawin nilang na native sa English pre Yung talaga naglalaro ng game, hindi yung nangguhula ng kung ano yung iuutos ng higher ups na ito yung mechanics natin sa make sure mong malinaw. Kaso ako yung titingin doon sa rulebook, hindi siya malinaw eh. Daddy Long, thank you for 21. Possible yan. Ako mas naniniwala ako na mas possible nilang ibenta. Mas possible nilang tumigil tumalpak. Tapos, oh, thank you King Payless. Ronnie Coleman. Ano mo boss? Bodybuilder yun eh. Ronnie Alonte pre. Ronnie Coleman ka ng Ronnie Coleman eh. Di ba nakakaya yun? Gusto lang manalo sa technicality. My phone user, thank you for 50. Hindi ko alam kung anong nararamdaman ngayon ng Xiao. After mangyari yun. Eleven. Sino nakatalo kay La Jennifer X? Maganda siguro panlaban kay Hazel X. Boss Dude, sino nakatalo?
Good morning, bossing. Stigrian. Good morning sa'yo, kaibigan. Kamusta ka dyan? Kamusta tayo dyan? Good morning, good morning. Nood na lang tayo, nood mga lodi. No. Boss Jace, congratulations, top 1 ka na. Ngayon lang yan, boss. Maya-maya, bago na rin yan, boss. Maya-maya alas 11, boss. Tapos na yan. Okay, alas 12. Medyo nabigyan lang ako ng seats ng mga tropa kagabi, boss. Kaya naunin.
His brown coat one in little plant. So what was the point?
Pwede pamura, Boss Jakes. Bakit, boss? Ano yan, bes? Ba't ano yun, boss? Boss Toby. Ano yan, Boss Toby? Bakit? Kupon ka ba, boss?
everybody, and welcome back to today's Ymir Cup Championship. And of course, my name is Abstract. With me here is Bella. The both of us gonna be your host of today. Today's Ymir Cup World Championship Finals. We are expecting massive fights after yesterday's semi-finals, which shaved all the way down to 2 servers from the original 6.
Yeah, that's right. Today is the day that the world champion will be crowned. And that champion will go on to face the Korean representative team later today for our legend match.
So we will have a total of 2 matches that will be showcased for the entirety of today. But before we talk about today's games, let's take a look at yesterday's results once again.
Yeah, the winner of match 1, server Asia 1, and the winner of match 2, Asia 4, will now be facing each other in today's finals.
So we will have a jam-packed amount of games, and of course, same amount of pandemonium that we saw yesterday will be applying today as well. And not only that, Twitch drops will be applied today as well, so let's not forget about that.
Well, not only the Twitch drops, but of course, what everyone's been waiting for, the coupon codes will be dropping today during the broadcast as well. And before we witness the epic clash, the final match, it's time to drop the first coupon here. Get ready because we have a massive amount of rewards coming your way, each one bigger and better than the last. And of course, to our Korean warriors watching, don't forget to add the letters KR to the end of the code to get your rewards. Stay locked in because the best is yet to come for us.
Now, of course, I believe that the surprise code will be coming up right about now, I suppose. But we also have a little bit more surprises for those people that tuned in yesterday. You guys know, and that is that today's finals is powered by Razor Gold.
Yeah, the Razor Gold social media prediction event is still ongoing right now. So if you're missing out, make sure to take this chance because now is the time to get your worth. And remember, if you haven't signed up for the Razor Gold ID at the Razor Gold booth for our on-site viewers here, go and collect your exclusive Razor swag and Legend of Ymir in-game item codes. And I'm so excited to see what the players will be bringing in today. So, shall we welcome our first finalist here, Asia 1, Lanon. Let's give them a hand, everyone. Welcome, welcome.
They've endured a lot from all of these qualifying stages, and now they're finally here to represent their servers in today's finals.
Yeah, second but not the least, we are going to welcome our other finalist, and it is Asia 4, Proscard.
Proscard defied
welcome.
all odds, and they showed everyone just how dominant they are here in the grand finals.
Our players are getting ready, and it looks like we are all ready because our casters are ready to take over the desk. Casters, over to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again. My name is Abstract. With me here is Beard. I teleported from one place to another real quickly, but the most important thing is that we have the game that will be coming up very soon. I'm excited, Beard.
Me too. It's the finals. Ready to see who takes it all.
This is the only day and the final day that we will see the Ymir Cup World Championship coming to an end. The bracket system will end itself. However, we'll talk about the Legend match in a bit later. In case those people that don't really know what the Legend match is about, don't worry, we'll keep you up to speed later.
So I'm ready to see Asia 1 and Asia 4 duke it out here. We have a nice distribution of power, and we're going to see who can take it. I will say I am leaning a little more towards Asia 1.
You're leaning towards Asia 1?
Yeah.
Okay. To be fair, I love Asia 4. You know, the way Proscard plays. I think that I'm going to be rooting for them. They're probably going to be the one that I'm looking out for. And I think that we had a talk, you know, offline that in terms of statistics, you know, Asia 1 does have pretty much a reigning supreme scoreline against Asia 4. So I'm going to give a choo-choo over to our underdogs right here. So let's see what Asia 4 is really capable of. But before that, we really need to talk about what is exactly at stake here. right? They came all the way down here in Singapore. Of course, this entire event is broadcasted live in Singapore as well. And they are here vying for a prize. So let's take a look at what kind of prizes they are potentially going to go back home with.
Yeah, so today we have the runner-up and the champions. These are the two we're looking at. For runner-up, we got 4.25 million Ymir points. And then we have the runners-up cup and the supernal selection chest.
And the world champion will go back home with 7 million Ymir points. They get themselves the World Champion Cup, as well as the Supernal L Summon Ticket Selection Chest, as well as many other things that they may get.
And with that supernal chest, they are guaranteed the legendary.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's the way that we want it. We want some guarantees, not some, some chances and all. I know that chances is something that a lot of people is really into right now. That's why, some of that gacha thing is really enticing. But, when it comes down to guaranteed, you know that you are definitely going to be leveling up.
That's right.
Now, I believe that we also do have quite a bit of things that we're going to have to look out for, right? Especially when it comes down to today's game. We do have got Asia 1 versus Asia 4. And as much as possible, my vote for Asia 4 mostly stems from the fact that they are a team with great coordination. And I really hope that when it comes down to coordination, they should be able to beat down powerhouses such as, who is this again?
Lazy Johnny.
Lazy Johnny, yeah. So Lazy Johnny, is Lazy Johnny actually the highest power amongst everyone else?
I believe so. I believe they are pretty close with the Asia 2.
Asia 2. Let's take a look at Asia 2. Okay.
So they do take the top there with the top growth power of 421.
So 41 versus Lazy Johnny with 42. Yeah, 420. So they are not exactly really far apart per se, but we can definitely start to see a couple of disparity in terms of growth power. But how much does it, differ? Because we know that Warlord is not necessarily a class that deals a lot of damage, and you won't be able to instantaneously melt everyone.
Well, once you get up to that power, though, I mean, you honestly, anyone at that power, no matter what class, is going to take out a lot of people. I mean, even the Scald is going to take down quite a few. And the main numbers I'm looking at between Asia 1 and Asia 4 is we have Asia 1 around 23 people over 200,000, while Asia 4 has 31 people over 200,000. So there's a little bit of a difference there. But then as we creep to the top, the upper levels, we have 6 on Asia 1 that are 300,000 plus, while only 3 at 300,000 plus on Asia 4.
Right, so when it comes down to all of these statistics, that is probably the reason why you have decided to, kind of lock in onto Asia 1 being the dominating team, I would suppose. But how dominant would they really be, understandably, would be the question, right? Because as always, I think that getting crowns, or rather destroying the Tower of Victory, is actually quite an amazing feat all by itself. It's not something that we'll be able to see in a lot of these server sieges or these server large-scale battles. So coming into today's Ymir Cup World Championship, the best way to kind of build that narrative is to actually see some of these Tower of Victory taken down and some of these crowns actually taken back home too.
Right, and I think that's going to be the key. I think that Asia 1 has that top-end power that can help carry that crown, and we'll just have to see how the strategy goes for Asia 4 and kind of see where they all play out. And I think, like I was telling you ahead of time, that they've actually been battling each other recently. They have been paired up on their server list, and they've actually had to do server battles for a couple weeks. Unfortunately, I would, a little bit of spoiler, Asia 4 did not take those server battles, so we'll have to see if anything's different today.
Has it been kind of unanimous that they have been winning every single one?
Yeah, I do believe Asia 1 is currently undefeated. Not 100% sure on that, but I believe they are.
Based on records, or rather based on memory, right? Based on memory, they are undefeated. So I think that today It's very likely gonna be the day for Prosgard, which also known as Asia 4, to make history. Because not only would we be able to crown the champion of Ymir Cup World Championship, but we may very potentially be able to see Asia 1 being toppled off as the titan of the Asia servers.
At this point, global. Since we've had every server, NA, SA, and all the Asia servers.
Yeah. So it's really unfortunate that we won't be able to see NAEU or SA joining us in the finals. But you know, we gotta have to weed down to the final 2 in order to put ourselves in this spot, right? If only we will get another 1v1v1, you know, seeding in another server. But unfortunately, it's only 2. So remember, Asia 1 and Asia 4.
Yeah, so that'll be a different dynamic today. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, what tactics happen that are different, and give us a little bit of that perspective when we do just have 2 teams on the battlefield.
Right, great that you actually mentioned that, right? Because so far yesterday, all we have saw and all we have watched are 3 teams in there. Or rather, we've managed to see 3 teams playing in the battlefield. Now we're looking at 2 teams in the battlefield now. So how is that gonna change the dynamic? Because normally we'll go for 1 team to 1 boss, one boss base. Now we have 1 extra boss base. How would that change the direction, or how would that change the players in which towers do they go for?
Depends on how aggressive the teams want to be. So we want to see what happens if you know, they decide to contest a tower initially, or maybe they'll both just go for a single tower, and then we'll see a big PvP clash at the 3rd one.
Right, so very likely, instead of seeing much clashes in the Tower of Victory, we might actually see clashes on the 3rd boss base.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. And
Okay.
we'll see there. But, I mean, who knows? There might be a lot of aggression out there, and maybe one of these teams want to try to take all 3.
Perhaps. Or would there be a possibility that we are starting to see teams wanting to put more emphasis as well as seeing more value out of towers 4, 5, and 6, because they are really close to the Tower of Victory?
Yeah, so that's what happens. You need at least one of those at some point during the match, especially when you go for the Tower of Victory, because it's just invaluable to have that ability to teleport straight there and get there so quickly.
So also based on the fact that we have a total of 3 boss towers, and aside from that is 3, 6, 9. I think a total of 9 outer normal bases, right? I think that we have 9 normal base. 3, 6, 9. Yeah, 9 normal bases.
Yeah.
So out of 2 servers, they can only grab a total of 1 boss.
No,
They
just
don't
total
have
of 5.
They can only take a total of 5. So right now we have a total. We have 12 bases in total. So there will always be 2 unoccupied bases. Are you telling me that there is a possibility that a single server, or rather both servers, they can always hold themselves up into an unoccupied base and just keep ping-ponging back and forth between the bases to earn points?
Very much so, and it could, you know, be a points play there as well.
Oh, okay. So there will be a lot of change and different kinds of strategy or dynamic coming in for a 1v1 server battle, just because of the sheer amount of free resource that is available.
Right, and I will say that is most likely, you know, what these players are used to throughout the qualifying matches all the way up to now. We have experienced mainly 1v1s, so we have, you know, that's pretty consistent with what everyone's used to at this point.
Right, so this is something that they are more used to, and this is something that they play more often, as
Right.
opposed to 1v1, v1.
Right.
So we're definitely going to see some confidence boosts in here. They are very likely going to be playing based on the strategies that they have trained and honed for quite a long time. And this is the point in time where they gotta have to show them all.
Yeah, so hopefully today, you know, we're going to see a ton of mythic skills. We're going to see massive bodies laying on the floor, and I think we see a ton of action.
Indeed. Now, of course, for everyone that have just tuned into the live stream, welcome to the live stream wherever you are, if whether you are watching from Twitch or Facebook or literally any single platform, we welcome you and thank you so much for tuning in. And do note that we do have Twitch drops that is currently available. So if you're watching from any other of these platforms and you are not watching on Twitch just yet, but you do use Twitch, as well as and as well as if you've played Legend of Ymir, you can actually be able to get more drops because the drops is the drops comes in at 1, 2, 3, and 5 hours mark. If you accumulate those amount of watch times, you'll be able to go back home with a couple of prizes, with the 5-hour mark being the Mount Ground Sinosk.
Massive amount of free rewards coming out this weekend. Hope everyone gets a chance to grab all of those, grab all those coupon codes, get all those free summons, and hopefully you guys get lucky.
Yep, and of course, I'm pretty sure that there are some players that are watching, or rather the viewers that are watching, that are actually one of those few players. So if you are playing, make sure you check the game because we are actually gathering all the players right into the battlefield and we are about to get the show rolling and about to get to see some probably some heads rolling because of,
Thank you so much.
it's a battlefield after all. So things are about to go crazy. I'm not sure how crazy it would be, but Beard, you gotta prepare yourself.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of explosions on that battlefield, a lot of bodies dropping and hitting the floor. But, hey, I see we got a lot of people in the chat right now. I know on Twitch we have around 5,400 people watching right now, guys. Let us know where you're viewing from. Let's see what kind of coverage we have out there and who you guys are rooting for.
Yep, let us know right over there. I believe that, yeah, that's over there. You know, the chat box. Tell us where you come from, which server you're from, which server you are rooting. In the event that you know your server has already been taken out, but which server you're rooting for, that is probably the question that we want to know. You know, kind of weigh the odds a little bit. Now, in the meantime, while we were talking about the Twitch drops as well, we will also have random coupon codes that will be scattered throughout the live stream. And most of the times, we would also gonna be we will also be able to see some of these coupon codes. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it does seem like we are gonna be jumping into the battlefield here for the grand finals game of Legend of Ymir with Ymir Cup World Champion between Asia 1 versus Asia 4.
Looks like they're all charging in already.
So, yon, let's go.
And it looks like we're going to have an early
Simula na
clash
mga
here
loading.
at Tower 1. We have both servers going to the same tower while there's a little bit of spread out to the other ones, but we do look
Let's
like
go.
we're going to have a clash
Simula
here.
na, mga loading.
Looks like things are already scattered out and pretty darn scary. So what we have here is that we have the red team, which is Asia 4 Pros Guard. They have decided to literally flood themselves through from the northern part of the map. While in the meantime, Asia 1, yellow color, comes in from the southeastern part of the map.
And we can see a little bit of Prosguard are going to go ahead and attack on Tower 3. And then we have a few of Asia 1 going in for Tower 2
So
as
lamang
well.
ngayon yung ano, no?
And of course, with Daddy Kimch right in the view, it's just gonna be kind of chilling a little bit and probably getting into the fight later on. But you know, occupying the bases is actually a lot simpler as opposed to 1v1v1. It's because this is 1v1 after all. We should be able to see them clashing in once they have solidified themselves a bit and getting themselves a decent amount of buff from the boss bases as well.
Yeah, we do currently have all 3 towers being DPS'd at this time. So we're going to see if we end up with each one, you know, getting a single one, and then we just have a continuous battle at the third.
So this is surprising, because really surprising to see, because what you guys can see at the top corners of the map is that Asia 1 may have already gotten 3 normal bases, putting themselves at 6,200 points. As opposed to Asia 4, they also do have 3 normal bases. However, they have 18,000 points, a crazy amount as opposed to Asia 1. Why is that so?
So I think they have a good tactic here. I think they're going to go ahead and maybe they have a few people early game going to go ahead and try to rack up some points. I think they're doing that ping pong, the normal bases there, and then going back and forth.
So all they got to do is just kind of play solitaire by themselves, right? Just kind of work their way. I take this tower, I lose the tower at the same time. And
we got the archer towers going out right there.
Oh.
Massive explosion.
Yep, the Elder Archer Tower, which is the mythic skill of the archers, are just coming in and out, and that is generally scary for times to meet. And oh, there we go. That is quite a good amount of damage coming in from the tower itself.
Right there.
Not too
Zybro
sure.
in here, getting his fight on.
Oh, there we go. Of course, even for the Scald, the Song of the Drasil pops right out to ensure that they will be able to get some protection down for the team, for the party.
Oh, I see some retraction here from Prosguard. Hazel coming in. We got Declan went ahead and moved out. Prosguard is switching up tactics, it looks like here. We have the Tower 1 is down to 17%. And it looks like we're not going to have as much of a fight here. It looks like Prosguard pulled out. So Asia 1 is going to come in and try to finish off this tower.
Is this completely free? I guess
No,
that's the
looks
question.
like we have Prosguard moving back in.
Yep, they are swarming back in like little tiny ants, but here comes a vacuum and explosion. The tower is still alive and is still getting themselves in. There's quite a lot of dead bodies right down on the floor at this moment as we speak, but we are looking at about 5% HP left on the tower of occupying number 1. Only one server will be able to walk away with a decent amount of points from taking this boss base down, or rather this boss tower. Shortly after the boss tower, they still need to occupy the base in order to retrieve its buff.
We got 2% coming down to 1. And we got a pretty even number here of Asia 1 and Asia 4.
There we go.
There we go. Asia 1 does get the drop on the tower. And now they have to try to claim it. And that drop did give them an even number of points, brought them up to 20,000 along with Asia 4's 21,000.
That is a massive amount of points, I gotta have to say. Right, they were significantly behind Asia 4 for a good amount of time already, but because of a single boss tower, it does seem like Asia 1 is now back on track and they are almost, similar.
Yeah, I can see Asia 1 did seem to go ahead and put all their eggs in that Tower 1 basket. We have Tower 2 just kind of free down there right now, while Prosguard did have their team split, so they do have some people
Wala na,
on
makukuha na
Tower
to, mga
3,
lodi.
and that is actually just going down pretty slow still, 74%.
Yep. There we go.
Wala,
Base number
sasabayan
1
lang to sa sasabayan,
done
sa tingin
and
ko.
dusted by Asia 1.
That was a pretty easy secure
Sasabayan
right
lang to
there.
na sasabayan, mga
Doesn't
lodi.
seem like there was any form of contest from Asia 4, so they have eventually ran their way over to another base in order to not waste any more time, it seems.
Got those archer towers going off yet again. And
Oh
here
my
we go.
God.
Asia 1 is swooping in.
Wala,
Looks like
kita nyo.
we're at
Susundan lang na
Tower 3.
susundan to, mga lods.
I think they're going to go ahead and engage. I think the Asia 1 is going to go for all these towers, all these
Indeed.
boss bases.
I think that it's
Kung nasan
scary
yung
how
crossguard, susunod lang
Asia
itong mga
1 can
Thanos, man.
completely
Ganun
cover
lang
up the
gagawin ng mga
entirety
yan,
of
man.
Asia 4. I think this
No?
is the problem where it comes to the fact that whichever team that is quote-unquote leading in terms of where they are going, they're being vouchered out by opposing team is always going to be very difficult to swallow.
Yeah, it looks like Lazy Johnny was there trying to figure out where he wants to make his move. Zybro trying to help clean right here, out here on the edge of the tower. Does look like they're going to get overwhelmed by Asia 1, although Asia 1 is getting sandwiched a bit by Prosguard. We got some coming up from behind as well.
It does seem like we have numbers disadvantage
Kasi
coming in
Vagina.
from Asia 4 as well, right?
Kasi Vagina,
Because Asia
nasa
4 right
Vagina.
now, I think that I can see that they
Sabi
have
niya wala, yan yung Vagina,
164
oh.
players in the battlefield, while Asia 1, they have a good amount of 200 players on the battlefield.
Yeah, it's almost a little over 40 player difference. That's almost a full clan.
That is rough. That is extremely rough. So we hope that Asia 4 will be able to find an answer to all of that.
We had Declan here backed out of his fight. He went ahead and ported back to a different tower. And he's going to regroup there. And now Asia 1 seems to have just taken over the DPSing of Tower 3. And looks like they might just do the same thing they just did on Tower 1.
I guess the numbers disadvantage is really playing quite a number. And honestly, not only that, I would definitely say that the fact that Asia 4, they are always in position first. So it would actually make things a lot simpler for Asia 1 to swoop in and dive for the kill, because they would have their stuff off cooldown while they are on the run towards where Asia 4 is. But there is also a chance that Asia 4 would have used their skills and they are all on cooldown, just plainly attacking the Tower of Occupy.
Right. And man, they are honestly just overwhelming Prosguard right now. It looks like Prosguard is getting spread out. I'm not sure. Maybe they're trying to go down for Tower 2. Maybe try to get ahead on something. They definitely seem to be struggling a bit right now. The lack of players is just not helping them right now.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether we would be able to find any grace for Asia 4. they don't seem to be getting any points up from this point onwards. They're not exactly doing that ping pong that we were kind of expecting them to do. Probably because they know that Asia 1 would come in and stop their assist, or rather stop them right on their tracks.
Right, and it does look like they did send quite a group down here to Tower 2. I think maybe they're going to go ahead and see, can they grab that? I just don't think it's going to happen in time, because we see Tower 3 is down to 10%, yeah, going down to 9, and Tower 2 is still at 63%. So Asia 1 even has time to take down Tower 3 and probably make it down to Tower 2 before they can get it.
But the question is if whether they will be able to get a little bit more, boss base, because that is something that we always want to look out for. However, it would require a bit of mistakes coming in from Asia 4. But to be fair, Asia 4 does not have a boss base as of yet. So if Asia 1 is really greedy, they can essentially steal all 3 of these boss bases.
Right, and that's what they're going for right now. We got the Tower 3 down to 3%. So they're getting ready, trying to scoop up this next boss base here. Got quite a few people drop right there. Hazel's in there just taking out the Prosguard enemies. And now we have a huge mash of people right here on Tower 3. We're down to 0%. There it goes. Asia 1 did get the last hit.
Oh man, oh man. So not only did they get the last hit,
Wala,
they also
abutan pa
do
sila sa
manage to
sa
pick
tower
up
two,
quite a
man.
bit of points for themselves.
Abutan
As
pa
such,
sila sa
Asia
tower
4,
two nito,
they
man.
are having a lot of problem. They're
Abutan pa sila
occupying
nito.
base number 5 as well. As
Wala,
we
nakuha
now
na eh.
move over to Lazy Joni. He's
Wala,
currently in
nakuha
the
na.
center trying to find a way to occupy over onto the base.
They already got it. Abstract, come on, man.
Oh, they got it.
Within
Oh, man, they got
right
it.
That tower went down, man. They are dominating right now.
That is scary. So 2 boss bases and 3 normal bases. This is completely overwhelming from the side of Asia 4, and there could even be a very high probability that Asia 1 is just gonna run in and do the same thing over to boss Tower 4.
Well, no, they're going to be down in Tower 2. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They're jumping into the middle. They're going to go ahead and make
Tower
their
2,
stand
yeah.
and take over Tower 2.
Yep, so Tower 2 is the last
Di
of
ba?
the
Abutan
boss
sila niyan,
towers.
boss.
So there could be a very high probability that they will be able to clinch all 3 for themselves, leaving absolutely nothing for Asia 4.
Yes, and then they're going to take it to the center. And honestly, it's hard to see how they can come back from this at this point.
It's gonna be rough unless they are able to last minute get a couple of reinforcements to just jump on
Man,
over
look
to
at
the
that little
battlefield.
quick attack there. Everyone was
Oh,
just
look at
running. They
that.
just dropped like 10 people right there. Poor Prosguard.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they stood any chance at all, but hopefully, just hopefully, we'll be able to see their saving grace coming in with them in a short little bit, right? Because right now, numbers really matters. There's so much yellow members from the side of Asia 1 that is just swarming across onto Asia 4's territory. In fact, they have pretty much free real estate throughout this entire mountainous area.
Yeah, it's just a bit overwhelming right now. They're doing their best, but actually, it looks like quite a few Asia 1 bodies on the floor right there at Tower 2. But we're down to 17%. Asia 1 has positioned themselves inside the circle, which is the main point you want to be. We got a huge mythic there from the Archer, those Archer towers, and they're going to go ahead and take that tower. 13% left. Prosguard trying to regroup around the outskirts and gonna try to figure out how to make their move. I believe maybe now they're looking at trying to jump in at the end and try to help prevent the capture, but I think it might be inevitable.
I would like to believe that that was memory of the Mjolnir. So we shall see how. Oh, there we go. Oh, that is going to be the
attack
section.
from
And kaboom! Ball
There we
goes
go.
the
Bodies on the
dynamite.
floor.
Too much damage that the tower is capable of dishing out. And now, Tower of Occupying 2 will go down in now. And that is Big Boss
Asia
from
1
Asia 1
again.
again. And Big Boss, let's take a look. Is Big Boss even part of the top 50? No, he is not.
It doesn't matter who you
Gigis
are.
talaga to,
Anyone
mga
get that
lodi.
last hit on that tower, man.
Yep. So this is one kind of the luck of a draw kind of thing. So now they have managed to get 3 of the boss bases tower.
Oh, they
my
already
god,
played
they
again.
got all 3 boss
No
bases.
time whatsoever.
Man, oh man, is
No
this
contest at all.
overwhelming?
Man, this feels completely one-sided. So now, Asia 1 is just going to shift their focus to that Tower of Victory. They might finish this in record time. We're currently at 46 minutes left. We're going to see how long it takes them to DPS this Tower of Victory. They're all rushing in at this point. Now, Prosguard needs to think about what are we going to do. We need to regroup. We need to focus and somehow try to get their last hit. Somehow grab the crown, because that's the only chance they got right now.
Perhaps we'll be able to see that soon, but Asia 4 right now at this instant has also gotten themselves with a total of 5 normal bases.
to, mga
But what we
lodi.
are seeing from the side of Asia 1 is that they are focusing right down on one of the external towers. So they will want to make full use of all the towers outside first before heading straight to the Tower of Victory.
Yeah, so we already have a big establishment there, and I think the one thing I'm interested in seeing is it seems like Asia 1 is very coordinated. I don't believe I've seen them, mistakenly take a tower and lose one. I'm curious to see if they have any issues with these boss bases, because sometimes that can change the tide a little bit, but it looks like they are communicating well and holding those towers appropriately.
Now, of course, like previous times, like in the qualifying stages and such, there would definitely be a couple of instances where clans would just accidentally
Man.
take a tower for
Nakano pa
themselves.
si
Look at that
Hazel,
massive fight that's happening right
nakamili,
there, and
oh.
all those Prosguard parties on the floor. They can't even get past the choke point. to try to
Naka-berserker
fight
pa
in
si
the middle.
Hazel, oh.
I think that is the workings of Hazel, huh?
Yeah, I think he might be up in there.
Man, oh man, Hazel.
And
Just
here's King
blowing our
Prosguard,
mind.
man. He's just trying to figure out what are we going to do.
It's gonna be tough for them to just walk right in, take a free tower, especially since the tower is about to be destroyed real soon.
Now we're just gonna get that view of the Tower of Victory health down there, and hopefully we can see exactly where we're at.
Oh, there we go.
And we're at 75% right now, so it's actually going down pretty quick. With Zybro here, struggling to get out, trying to pass all these bodies laying on the floor. He's got some heals. Lazy Joni coming in to absolutely destroy him. Oh, he barely got away. They're chasing him down. Oh man.
Oh man. But Lazy Joni doesn't seem like he's gonna go down anytime soon.
Oh no.
This
Lazy Joni's not going
Warlord
anywhere.
is gonna be a little bit annoying to try to take down.
No, they can't even try at this point. They need to regroup, try to do something on that Tower of Victory. Looks like, it looks like someone actually made it into the middle there and did take down quite a few people from Asia 1.
Perhaps we'll be able to see a bit more, as right now, in terms of score, we got Asia 1 with 78,000 and Asia 4 with 31,000. We are definitely going to be expecting that Asia 1 have got a massive, massive advantage on top of Asia 4, and they are doing whatever that they can to play the game to its fullest, to the point that even, the Tower of Victory, I think that they're cooking something.
Yeah, we're at 64% right now, and it's looking like pretty much total domination at this point. And it looks like Prosguard, looks like they're making a little bit of a regroup here. And we got quite a few coming in. Let's see if they can get past this choke point this time. And who all they need to take down moving in. We have a few people dropping from Asia. We're currently watching Declan, and it looks like he's leading this force into
Yan,
the choke
sinabisahan si
point.
Mac Haman.
I'm not seeing too many of the top Asian 1 folks right here right now. So it
Wala,
looks
wala,
like they're gonna go
wala
ahead and
naman
wipe
tayo
a few.
masyadong makomentate dito, mga
So we
lodi.
have one drop.
The
So
Red
Hazel,
Sea.
hindi pa
Okay,
natin
Hazel's here in
nakikita
the
na
middle.
mamatay
Looks
si
like he
Hazel
might
dito,
be-
mga lodi.
Is he moving toward that fight?
Walang
No,
papatay
he's
kay
just
Hazel
protecting
dito,
a
kaya
different
sa
choke
kay
point.
Deji Johnny eh.
But I think that
No.
whichever direction that they go is
Walang
going to
papatay
be
kay Lady Johnny
A-okay.
sa kay Hazel
However they
dito,
want to
mga
go, however
bossing.
they want to fly. But speaking
yun
of
na nga,
flying,
pumasok
this
na,
does
mga
seem as
bossing,
though
pumasok
that
na,
Prosguard
Deck
Oh, here we
are
go.
going to fly themselves right over
here we go.
to
Pumasok na si
Asia
Declan,
1.
mga
Big
lodi.
push,
Yan
let's
ang
go.
Prosguard,
That's the big
kumapasok
fight.
ang
Can they
Prosguard.
wipe? Come
As
on
they
now,
now
bodies hitting the floor.
completely enveloped the
Sumabay pa
entirety
yung
of the
Prosguard, no?
base
Sumabay yung
around the
Prosguard
Tower of
sa
Victory.
pagano ng Torre,
We do have a
mga
couple
lodi.
of lightning strikes
So,
all
naubos
across the
yung
room.
Thanos
because
But
of
they
the
are
towers.
hoping that they will be able to do a
Yeah.
decent amount. And indeed, the elder archer towers are just coming in, still waiting for a little bit of this Song of Yggdrasil to eventually
naubos din
pop
sila
up.
doon.
But we're not seeing
No.
any skulls, mystic
Kasi
skill
walang papatay
coming
kay
out
Lady
anytime
Johnny.
just
Sa
soon.
kay ano,
Another
kay-
archer tower. It's got all
kay
kinds of
Hazel, mga
archers out
lodi,
here.
wala.
It's kind of scary how the amount of archers there are.
Zybro
No,
is
pre-kill lang
close
yung
to
mga yan,
going down
mga
there.
lods.
I think they might take them all. You got Hazel right there, hot on his trail. Not looking good for Zybro. Is he going to be able to escape this one? I don't think so. Nope, he's about getting
Sorry,
knocked down.
bro.
Hazel's gonna come in
Hindi na si
here,
Maka po.
try to finish him off.
It does seem as though. Does seem like as though
Alright, yeah,
we
they
have
got-
a
they
little
took
bit
him
Wala to, wala to.
yeah, a little bit more before we eventually make our way over to
Baduy.
the Tower of Victory. Almost halfway through now.
Yeah, they did go ahead and stall the DPS on that tower a little bit, but they're starting back up. They're 49%. Asia 1 held their ground. They're back on the tower. Crossguard's going to have to regroup and give it another go.
Perhaps they will try to come back in again. What's the best way that we can eventually see from Asia 4, considering the fact that they kind of have numbers disadvantage, right? They have 173 members on their side now. What's one way that can kind of help them with numbers disadvantage?
I think what you're going to have to do at this point is
Nakakulang
try
sa
to
tao,
regroup,
Prosgat,
get everyone
no?
lined up
73
around
lang.
that stone wall there.
Laban sa
and probably do
211.
what we've seen before, which is that jump into the middle and fly in and
Hindi na
hopefully
naglaro
grab
yung
a
iba.
last hit on the tower. That's kind of
Si
what
Boss
you're going for
Katsuki,
at
oh.
this point. But then you
Aray,
gotta
Boss
get that crown.
Katsuki.
And I don't think they have they're going to have the ability to do that.
So instead of trying to stop them, we steal them.
Yeah, trying to get that last hit, trying to get in there and steal whatever you can. You need that last hit, you need that crown. That's what's important at this point. You're down so many points. You're down 50,000 points. Not too much you can do at this point. And so that actually looks like what's going on right
Shout
now.
out to
See
ating
Declan over
26
here.
viewers.
Looks like we have a group regrouping at this normal base. And they're going to go ahead and probably wait, let them dwindle down the Tower of Victory some more because it's really not worth fighting for
Sumisigaw na
it
si
at this
Prosguard,
point.
oh.
Let them go ahead and DPS it, move in
Sumisigaw
when
na
it's
si
slow,
King
and
Prosguard.
see what you can do.
So stealing is going to be the way that we will want to see. And of course, the way that could very potentially help them get a little bit more points going into the game. But for now, they can still kind of go for a little bit of that ping pong between the two bases. And if they want, they can kind of ping pong between 3 bases. Although I would say it's highly unnecessary to do so. But they also need to ensure that they are doing it correctly. They are choosing the right right clan to steal. Otherwise, they might.
na naman sila.
Okay, wait. The fact that they don't have a boss base doesn't matter
Yeah,
at
it
all.
doesn't matter. Yeah, so they are moving in at a choke point now. Let's see if they can make some moves here. Got a few Asia 1 folks dropping right there. I didn't recognize any of the names. I don't think they're
Oh,
facing
niya may
any of the
kabayo.
big boys right now. But they're going to go ahead and move in. I see Declan made it past the choke point, so I think he's going to
Kunin ko lang yung kabayo ko.
lead the rest of his folks in. But it looks like they're stuck on. Oh, Lazy Joni is there. They're struggling to get through him. They dropped everyone else, but he's just manhandling
Wala kasi
everyone
papatay
right
kay
there.
Lazy
Look at
Joni dyan
all
sa kay Hazel, mano.
bodies. He just dropped all of them right
walang
there.
kukuha kasi dyan,
What a
boss.
That
dose!
421,000 power does a lot.
Now that is what we call going absolutely ham with these mythic skills and whatever that they are able to provide for the game and for the team.
And Hazel's in there as well. They're just absolutely dominating right now. Declan is looking like he's going to go down. And we got the tower at 19%. So at this point, I really do think they need to regroup. But it looks like, if we look at the map, looks like we have quite a few Asia 1 moving in to almost try to stop Prosguard near their choke point.
So understandably, I think that there would be I think that we are actually looking at double the points from Asia 1 to Asia 4.
Yeah, they're
This is a
past
little
that
bit too
now,
much. So I think that because of that's such a big disparity, I think that Asia 4, they gotta have to really bet on the fact that they are able to steal the crown, or rather, I think it's fine if they don't get the last hit onto the Tower of Victory, but the main thing is that they need to start collecting the crowns.
Yeah, I think the ideal situation right now is let the crown get decently close to its tower, and then that's your last shot to try to take out whoever's carrying it and grab it and take it in for the win.
With the Tower of Victory now dropped down to about 12% of his regular HP. Is at any point in time now we'll start to see Prosguard eventually swarming into Asia 1.
It does look like they're trying to circle the outside of the middle now. Hazel's coming in here looking like he's just trying to get Declan down. They are not letting Declan do anything at this point.
But the fact that we might be able to see a couple of these big fights going on, that is what we want to see, right? So a couple of the members coming from the side of Prosguard, they are going to be putting themselves right underneath of these stairs, hoping that they will be able to find a barrier or rather a way to enter. As now couple of these are very strong players. They are single-handedly holding off massive amount of players from the side of Asia 4. And I think that that's the scary part, right? You don't have to match them one for one. You can just kind of have the leaders or the very strong players just kind of decide how many players can they take without dying, essentially just buying them and the main crew right there at the Tower of Victory to buy a lot more time.
Buenos PH got in there to the middle, and he's trying to cause some damage. Used his mythic there and dropped some bodies from Asia 1. So here's the problem. If you have all your strong people around trying to stop people coming from choke points, you leave the middle open and you have your weaker players in there. And if a couple strong people get through, like Proscar just did, they can wipe them out. And here we got a lot of bodies laying around the Tower of Victory right now. So they did try to go for this push, and it is down by Asia 1. They get the points from that. So now they are far ahead on points. And who is going to pick up the crown? Let's see.
Yep, waiting for the perfect time to show who exactly is going to be the crown bearer. If it's Asia 1
right in
Asia
there.
4, if Lazy Joan actually did manage to take the crown, then I think that this is where things will start to go haywire because, oh, Daddy Kim!
Hey, all right, Daddy Kim, let's see.
So
see
Daddy
how
Kim
he makes it.
Yep.
Is he going to be able to walk freely? Now, I did get a refresher yesterday. They do have a negative evade on this as well, so that's why they get stopped so much. They can't evade even the lowest of players doing their crowd control on him. So
Right, okay. So it would be understandable that a lot of these crowd control are key components into their composition as well. That is also one of the main reasons why perhaps they're gonna have to get a decent amount of balance coming into each game.
Right. It does look like we got a few more people who got logged into Asia 4, but we're still looking at 210 for Asia 1 online versus 177. That is definitely a disadvantage. That's not helping them right now. And Daddy Kim is just marching right along. Looks like we have basically a barrier around him. And I'm trying to see where he has to go. It's a bit hard to see here. Looks like they're heading southwest.
Southwest.
So it's either 2 or 3 that it has to go to. And his HP is not moving at all. No one is getting any licks on him.
Yep.
He's being guarded by pretty much everyone. There's Hazel right there with him. A little bit of knockback there. Looks like it has to go to Tower 3. So he is edging
Tower
closer.
3.
Yeah. And it looks like it's going to be pretty easy for them.
Yep. And unfortunately, we're not seeing a lot of crowd control going on as well. So he's just taking his slow, sweet stride over. And unlike from yesterday as well, I'll say that unlike for all the other qualifying games too, I suppose that we needed to see more crowd control going on. A little bit of a stun, a little bit of knockback would be nice.
Yeah, well, we're getting a couple pieces here and there. He's getting tossed back a little bit. Let's see, I think Proscar is trying to make a move here. And let's see if they can get lucky on Daddy Kim here. We got really 100%. I mean, he's dipping down and shooting right back up. They must have a party full of scalds on him.
He's
And
slowly
he's
walking.
just walking straight on in there.
Yep. Now, Asia 4, they don't have a choice, but all that they can do is to deal with the outer circle first. While the inner circle, at least we do manage to get Sweet managing to break across all of these barriers and just put himself right in the middle and right onto Daddy Kim. And that also kind of helped things up for Ascadia to jump in too. The crown is still walking in. No one else is really just stopping him as of yet. However, the Song of Yggdrasil is just going to be popping right out at this moment as we speak.
Right,
but Daddy
right
Kim,
now.
it is still very full of health. He can't do too. There's really not a lot of people that can do anything.
99%, man.
This is really difficult for anyone to bring Daddy Kim out. The Song of Yggdrasil, yet another one that just popped right out. The crown is getting ever so closer to the base, and they are about to find their way to end the game just a little bit more as they are just outside.
And he's still edging in there. We got bodies hitting the floor all around him. He is getting tossed around a little bit, but he's still moving, still creeping. He used his dash right there. Get a little bit of extra distance. We have, I'm trying to see who's around him. I'm not seeing Lazy Johnny, but I'm assuming they're just helping. Oh, he got destroyed trying to get in there to slow Daddy Kim down.
Not too sure whether that was the Elder Archer Tower that took him down, the final blast of that.
And here he goes. Looks like there's just a clear path to
Clear
this
path.
base.
Clear
He's gonna
path.
walk it straight in.
Very clear path. And
But
at
for
this
30
point in
minutes,
time,
it's over.
ladies
Let's go, Asia
and
1.
gentlemen, we have, out of the many games that they have played, out of the many servers, we finally has come down to the conclusion of the Ymir Cup World Championship as they duke themselves in the battlefield against Asia 4. They did their absolute best to climb it all the way through, and with dominating fashion and with courage, they have made their way to the final
Pangit yung
mark.
laban mga Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Walang
once again,
katil-katil ang laban,
here
pangit.
in Legend of Ymir, the first time that we crown a winner, the champion for Ymir Cup World Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we will crown our champion, and that is Asia 1!
Major congratulations to Asia 1. If I could have you for a quick champion interview. Congratulations. You want to stand by me in a nice line of row? All right. Long journey to win this, right?
Yes.
What is going through your mind right now? Is the microphone working for you? Is it working?
Okay.
Ah, okay. What are you thinking right now? You have the trophy.
Whoa. Today.
Yeah, you
this,
won.
This is my first World Cup.
Yes.
Yes. It's so proud. Of course, so proud.
It means a lot, right?
Yes, a lot.
All right. Well, do you have anyone that you're thinking of right now? Anyone you want to say thank you to?
Thank you for Thai people for cheer us
Yeah.
and everybody FC and Clan Tanot. Yes. In
Right.
server Lon.
And you won. Do you have any plans on how you want to celebrate today?
Yes.
Yeah. What's
Yes,
the
yes,
plan?
in Thailand? I will do a meeting.
Oh.
Yes. In next week.
Oh. Okay.
200 people
Mm-hmm.
in party.
Party. All right. Sounds like the championship party. All right. And now one match is done. You are going to be playing with the Korean representative team next, right?
Yes.
What are you thinking? Are you confident?
Oh, I definitely try my best, man.
You're gonna try your best? All right, well, best of luck to you. And before we let you go, we have a little present for you. Woohoo! All right, well, we have our world champion, and in addition to the trophy, the team will receive 7 million Ymir points and the Super Eternal Summon Ticket Selection Chest along with the official reward. All right, did we get a little picture for our champions as well? All right, big smiles, congratulations. Okay, 1, 2, 3, camera in the middle, big smiles. You guys are the world champions. All right, that is good. And can you stay here while I gift our viewers our little special coupon present right now. We have a coupon from Michael Kim, our head of business. And now the coupon code will be at the bottom of the screen. And of course, you guys know the drill for the Korean viewers. Add in the KR code at the end to get your awards. And we have one more match coming up, the legendary match between Asia 1 and Korea representatives. We're gonna take a short break, but be right back for our second match. Congratulations!
Razer Gold isn't just a top-up. It's where 68,000 plus games meet epic rewards. Your quest begins here. Fight your battles, claim your victories. And with every top-up, earn Razer Silver. Fast, secure, trusted by millions of gamers across 130 plus countries. Top up Ymir points on gold.razer.com now and get 10% instant cash back only until March 8th. Make every battle count.
Upgrade muna tayo mga Lodi, upgrade. Show ko ngayon ako. Ba't hindi mas. Yan, upgrade muna tayo nitong nakuha natin sa ano. Nakuha natin sa code. Nakuha nyo na ba yung mga code nyo? Ano tayo? Nakuha tayo ng mahigit plus 3. Kasi mahigit plus 3 ang akin ito eh. Sana maka plus 4 tayo. Ang lambot naman ng mga to, peke. Ang lambot, mga peke naman itong pinamigay. Ang lambot ng pinamigay. Peke, namigay pero peke, mga Lodi, malambot pa sa ano. Three. 4. 4, let's go 4. Ala, peke yung mga pinamigay. Peke. Malambot pa sa ilong ng pusa. Damn, bro. What's up, bro? Aprodentis. What's up? Boss, may coupon ka ba yung may bell? Wala, bossing. Wala. Hindi tayo official nung pitch na. Ay, hindi tayo official tawag dito. Hindi tayo tulad ni Boss Dudes na official caster. Mga Lodi. Inaano ko lang, nilalive ko lang din dito sa ating page. So yun, AFK muna ako mga Lodi while waiting for the next match. Kain muna tayo tanghalian mga Lodi. Kain tayo, sa mga hindi pa kumakain dyan, kain tayo tanghalian mga Lods.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Bella, and the final stage begins right now here. Well, the winner of this match, of the Legend match, will receive a separate trophy and according rewards. The trophy is hidden behind me, but you will get to see that in a bit. All right, without further ado, please welcome our world champions first, Asia 1. Good to see you guys again. Welcome back. Looking confident and not an hour tired from winning their first trophy. All right, it seems like they are settling down. And on the other side, we have Team Korea representatives before they walk on. Let's first hear what they had to say.
패밀리라 생각하고요. 혼자가 아닌 함께를 중요시 생각하는 클랜이라고 생각합니다.
원래부터 이미르란 게임이 출시 전부터 되게 유명했어요. 그래서 출시를 알고 있어서 미리 사전에 게임을 플레이하려고 준비하고 있었습니다. 실제로 아는 사이였고요. 게임도 아는 사이여서 같이 시작하게 됐습니다.
Yeah, they are here. Please welcome Team Korea. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us here in Singapore at Razer. This will be a fantastic match, and I can't believe that this is going to be our final match of this very exciting weekend. Well, things have flown, time has flown, things have gone by super fast. But worry not, here I come bearing yet another gift. We have a special coupon lined up for you guys once again. And producer Seokun would like to thank all of our warriors for fighting to the best of their abilities. So right now at the bottom of your screen, you will see this coupon code. And of course, for the Korean viewers, make sure to enter KR at the end of the code to claim your rewards. Well, with enough talking from me here, I think our casters and our viewers are all ready for the battle. Casters, over to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Casters panel. My name is Abstract. With me here is Beard. We're going to be covering the final game of the day, the final match, and that is the Legends match.
Yeah, and I'm excited because it's my first time seeing the Korean team, and I love that story, husband and wife. Gotta be honest, I love my amazing wife, but I don't think she's gonna play the game with me.
I completely understand. Mine does play with me, but she progresses a lot slower, and I can't be faster than her. So, you know, different kinds of experiences, right?
Yeah,
but it's great that we were able to see the two of the Korean representative come in and play together, and it does seem as though they are one of the few strongest one in the server as well.
Yeah, and so I'm excited to see this matchup.
Yep. So, of course, we did manage to see them with their walk-ins as well. But, of course, when it comes down to the two clan representative, when it comes down to the Korea team, of course, they have done whatever that they can in order to keep themselves as the dominant team. But do note as well, right? When it comes down to Legend of Ymir, Legend of Ymir did release in Korea first. So they did have first dibs. That means that their server is actually a lot more advanced as opposed to the international patch, I would say. So when it comes down to them going up against Asia 1, they actually need to be toned down with their accounts.
Correct. And so they did take them down a bit. They paired them up with some characters that would be similar and average out with everyone else. And so I did calculate, we got about 200,000 plus power on Korea, and around 23 on Asia 1. So we should see interesting matchup.
Now, of course, we'll talk a little bit more about Team Korea as we gotta have to find out what exactly is at stake here, right? For the Legends match, one thing's for sure is that both teams are going back home with diamonds already. It's guaranteed diamonds.
Yeah, so we got 1.15 million there on each. Doesn't matter who wins, they're going to take that home. Where we have the difference is in the Winner's Cup. So there's a Runner-Up Cup and a Winner's Cup.
So one thing's for sure, this is more of a showcase match, right? With a showcase match for the side of Team Korea. We haven't seen them play as of yet, but this time we will be able to see them prevail. Or perhaps, well, it's kind of tough to say because like we mentioned that they are going to be piloting accounts that is not necessarily theirs to begin with.
Right, not what they're used to, and I've heard a few things. I'm not quite sure if the clans that are representing them today, if they necessarily work together all the time. So it could be interesting to see that dynamic.
Now, they are definitely going to be a little bit different in terms of power, as you did mention before. But honestly, I really just want to find out if Kwaran and Maura is going to make a difference as opposed to what the other Asia server is capable of. Because Korea, they have first dips into Legend of Ymir. So they probably have much more vast experience and opportunities when it comes down to strategizing and understanding the game in a more in-depth manner.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see if, based on like how far advanced they are, if this might be a little bit of a step back and cause any confusion along the way when it comes to using some lower power characters and stepping back in the game mechanics.
I think that there are definitely changes that they gotta be used to because there might be a very high possibility that their current patch has already introduced, higher caliber skills or higher caliber equipment or some new system that currently in the international patch they do not have. So the way that they play, the way that they fight, the way that they maneuver around the battlefield may be vastly different. And putting them into the international field may actually put them in a slightly disadvantageous spot because they're so used to what they play on their home ground.
Right, mostly just with other Korean players. And I do at least want to give them credit that they do, I believe they've had 2 Ymir Cups of their own at this point. So I do think they have some experience in that, that competitive setting. I'm assuming they have the server battles as well. So hopefully we see how they come. And I just want to touch back on that power real quick. I just want to finish summarizing there. We have 5 at 300,000 plus on Korea, 6 on Asia 1, and then we have 1 400K and then 2 400K on Asia 1. So 1 on Korea, 2 on Asia 1. It's going to be interesting to see that dynamic.
Yeah, so it does seem like statistically, Asia 1 do have a bit more top-heavy players for themselves.
Yeah, a bit more of an advantage from the looks on paper.
Okay, so what we have is okay, to be fair, I will say that the Korea team, they probably have some form of buff and a nerf at the same time. The fact that they do have vast experience is probably the buff that they are coming in with, while the nerf is that based on the vast amount of experience and knowledge that they have, they might not know what is the meta of the current patch here.
Right, it could be long and long far past whatever we're currently experiencing.
Yes, correct.
So definitely going to be interesting to see how they overcome that.
Yeah, so they might very likely have played in this meta before, but because new patches, new updates, whatever meta that they are playing, whatever strategy that they were playing have been deprecated already, so they won't see that anymore. Until now, they're looking back and like, oh crap, we did this before.
Right, right. And it'd be interesting to see if we see any Volvas at the top here, which is the mage, which we had talked about before. And I'm still not seeing too many, so I guess that's consistent between global and Korea. Still not much favor for that Volva at the top end of the power scale.
Yeah, so looking at all the Volva players out there, you guys are the minority that absolutely hung on to Volva despite the tough times. Because if I'm not wrong, you can change your class?
Yes, so we do have class change option. It's not available all the time, but it does come back time from time. And that gives everyone an opportunity to try something different. And of course, there may be new classes coming. I mean, I believe we saw a preview video that looked like a class I hadn't seen before. So that'll be interesting. And
I'm just going to call her a Kung Fu Master.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And I'm looking at the classes here, and actually I see a little more Berserker heavy here on the Korean team versus the Archers.
In fact, at the roughly at the lower parts of the top 25, we have quite a bit of skulls, right?
Yeah, so that's going to be that support.
Yes, so I think that this is the surprising part. In the international servers, everyone loves playing on the archers.
Yeah, yeah. We got a little bit less of that in here.
We have a lot lesser here. We have more berserkers. I don't actually see. Okay, it's still the same. We don't have a lot of warlords as well.
Right.
As much as I think and thought that warlord is actually great. I would personally rank warlord as an S tier in PvP, but everything else is just kind of meh kind of thing. That could be the reason why not a lot of people actually plays the warlord. What do you think?
It could be. I think that the problem is sometimes it just is a matter of what's needed in the game at the time.
Right,
And,
okay.
Maybe you just don't need as many warlords. That being said, I mean, to me, they're very important. I mean, it's very important to have that defensive mechanic there. It's not all about always going in and attack. You want to have that that defense as well, someone who can tank, and comes in really handy for that crown.
Yeah, so as much as crowd control is involved, I would like to believe that Warlord is the one that has the most amount of crowd control, if not the most efficient ones that they can apply onto the battlefield. If anything, it just goes absolutely crazy with this Warlord.
Yeah, and so let's see who we have in the chat. Guys, go ahead and again, let us know where you are connected from, what server you're supporting. Who are you going for? Are we looking to see Korea win, or are we looking for Asia 1? Let us know what you think. I'm interested to just to see the Korean gameplay in general. I mean, I haven't really seen much. I didn't look too much at any videos that are out there. So that's kind of where I'm hyped up. I'm like, well, let's see how they play.
Yep. I think prediction. We'll talk about prediction. I can't remember. Have you dropped a prediction just yet?
A little bit when I was talking about the power. I do
Okay.
think we're a little heavy toward Asia 1. So I'm going to go ahead and say my pick is going to be Asia 1, but who knows what we'll see from the Koreans. I just have no idea.
We should see, right? It could be a 2-in-a-row prediction won by Beard, but right now I am a little bit more. I'm a little bit more biased because I want to win you. I want to one-up you. You
Okay.
won the previous round in terms of prediction. I want to win right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna call it for the Team Korea. I will
right.
say that with the amount of opportunity costs and as well as all the experiences that they have had in the Korea server, they should be able to come into these games and understand, hey, we did this before, other people did something like this to me before or to us before, we know how to get back at them.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, I'll give you that. We'll see what happens.
Fill in the voids, right? They
Yep.
know how to fill some voids, which some of these servers or players might not know of at this point in time. And to be fair, this is also slightly on the PTSD part of me because every or most MMORPG games that I play, the Korean players are always trashing me. They're always way better than me for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, I know in that culture, I mean, they are very hardcore, man.
They are.
They are.
They're great at everything they do. I have no idea why and how. But regardless, we gotta have to see how they are going to be performing in the battlefield today as well. If whether they are gonna be we're gonna put them on the pedestal, right? How that is gonna be like. So remember, it's the same thing as the previous match in match number 1 of today. It is 1v1, so same thing. They will go for a single boss base, and then that will move them onto the second boss base, which will be highly contested.
Yeah, but we did see in the last match some contesting right there at Tower 1 right off the bat, and so we may see that again. But again, we don't know what the Korean strategy is. They might know something we don't, and we'll have to see where they go.
That is the wild card that I'm looking out for. The Korean team's strategy might just give us the run of our show or something like that. I don't know, but I just want to see that. So I want to kind of understand from the chat, right? Everyone from the chat over there, be it on Facebook or Twitch, who's with me, right? Who's with me? Who believes that, you know, Korea is gonna have a great time, or who's gonna be on the Beard side, which believes that Asia 1, in terms of statistics, they are gonna be the one to come up on top. You know, drop a predictions down over there. If you win in terms of prediction, then I will personally come over to you and give you a hug. You wouldn't want that, right?
I see some folks saying Korea. Looks like some people think Korea are going to win, and full power. Let's see the power of the Koreans. There we go. I mean, there we go. Some people are interested to see how this is going to play out, and I'm excited.
I'm really excited, right? Beard is always right. Who's this person?
Actually, that's Bib. We used to play Mirror 4 together.
Oh,
Yeah,
one of
good
your
little
little
shout-out right
buddies,
there.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay. You know, Beard is always correct, but sometimes he can be wrong.
Yeah.
And this time he will be wrong. Because I will be right. Team Korea will prevail.
And I'm still seeing quite a few shoutouts for Korea, so maybe I am wrong. We'll see.
We shall see, because at this point in time, there is too many uncertainties in the air. We can theorize forever, and we'll just be, in terms of statistics, Asia 1, they are way stronger. But in terms of strategy, Korea might be able to come in with something completely unorthodox. They are the wild cards, the dark horse. Yet that branding, that moniker, actually doesn't really quite resound very well for Team Korea because they are not dark horses. They are a wildcard dominating team. Do note they are dominant. That's why they are playing in this legend match because they know what they are doing and they are good at what they do.
Yeah, and I just saw someone ask about did Korea play before or get the game before Asia, which, yeah, just to clarify, like we said earlier, the game was first released in Korea and was out for months before the global release, and the global includes Asia. So yes, Koreans have had the only ones that had the game for months well before global.
Now, for those people that have just joined into the chat, and right as you heard what we had said, right, that the Korea server is much more advanced, do note and don't worry, we've got that settled as we have given the Korean players, the Korean team, suitable accounts, right? In terms of average, we averaged out all of their power just so that there will be a very fair fight between, or rather a very fair fight here in the Legends match. So we're not looking at overpowered whales from Korea just knocking them out of the park or anything. No, it's going to be completely fair. How fair is it? Well, it's going to be depending on how the players pilot these accounts.
Right, and which is, the dark horse there because they don't necessarily have that experience at that power, or they had it maybe months ago. So are they going to be able to go ahead and adjust really quickly to be able to help themselves get advantage in this map, or is it going to hinder them?
Too many questions to ask. We can only jump into the game to really and realistically answer that question. But to those people that just came in as well, welcome to the Ymir Cup World Championship. You have unfortunately just missed the main championship, but right now we are looking at the Legends match, which is the final match of the day. And while we are here, I'd like to give a huge shout out over to We Made. If it's not for them, Legend of Ymir would not be possible. And of course, Razer as well. If not for Razer, we would not have such an amazing venue. We would not have all these amazing peripherals. In fact, the entire stage is decked out in neon green Razer peripherals as well.
Yeah, it's actually been some really nice equipment we've got to play around with. And so, one thing I want to talk about is in terms of that power. I did have one little extra disparity that might give Korea the edge there. I did see that they had 5 people within that 250 to 300,000 range.
250 to 300. Okay.
Yeah, whereas we don't have any in that range in Asia 1. So that could help give them that little edge for when they're struggling with those 400,000 power players.
Okay.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, you can kind of bridge some gap with those powers. So hopefully we'll be able to see a couple more of that. Now, I'm looking at the chat as well. So quite a bit of you guys have been using the exclamation mark drops command. So it's great that you guys are doing that as well. So let me just get a quick little run through that. Accumulated watch time will give you prizes or give you Twitch drops, right? So if you have accumulated a total of 1, 2, 3, or 5 hours, you can get all of these hours combined, right? So as long as you have watched for 5 hours straight, you will be able to unlock the rare mount, Ground Sinosk. So make sure you guys, watch all the way. Watch all the way. Don't go anywhere.
Make sure you grab all those coupons as well because I'm sure someone's posting them somewhere. I did see they last through March 7th, so hopefully I can grab them when I get home.
Yep, you probably want to grab them, right? So don't worry, most of the time Bella will be on stage and those secret codes will actually pop up right as Bella said it. So if you see those codes anytime until now, if you happen to, found the code somewhere online or someone has been sharing it, please feel free to redeem those. If you happen to be residing in Korea as well, please feel free to use the code as well, but don't forget to add a KR at the end of the code in order to redeem yours, exclusively only for the Korean audience.
And it looks like we do have a few people who mentioned they did grab that mount already, so I do know we are at the point where you could have accumulated 5 hours at this point.
Indeed.
So that's cool. I'm glad everyone has that mount that has received it already.
I believe that there's a lot more that you guys could get, right? Because the ground Sinos mount is actually accumulation of 5. There's like 1, 2, and 3. I personally do not know what is it as well, right? So, oh, okay. So it does seem like there is a very interesting comment that I think that we gotta have to let everyone know as well, right? Because this has been kind of highlighted that if you were to mute the Twitch player, right, the Twitch player itself, it can pause your drop progress because the system would not detect you as inactive. So make sure you guys don't do that. You can keep the stream unmuted, or you know, you can keep it at 1%, but that means that you can't hear us.
Right.
Like,
You don't want to do that. No.
Yeah. So watch it out. Watch it all. Okay. So apparently we have one of the. We will stall for time, right? We will stall for time, no worries. We will stall for 5 hours just so that you can get your
Make up
mount,
the
okay?
time,
We'll
yeah.
talk for 5 hours for you, no problems. As long as you are okay with us talking for 5 hours straight. That is exactly what we see from the Twitch chat, by the way. We did not just, you know,
Right.
came up with that randomly. But okay, but we should be able to jump into the game very soon. We are kind of gathering all of the players onto the battlefield and preparing ourselves for this Legends match. It is going to be a very scary game because we have too much uncertainties that is just lingering in the air. And I am just stoked to find out who's going to be the winner of this too. We already given away the golden trophy.
Yeah.
Now it's just going to be this silver trophy that's
Silver
left.
trophy and a ton of diamonds. Well, I mean,
Tons
they
of
all get
diamonds.
the diamonds at this point, but
Yeah.
still,
So-
it's a lot.
Yeah, so do remember that both teams, or rather both servers, they are coming, they're going back home as winners, no matter what. They're going back home as winners. They will get 1.15 million diamonds regardless, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going in to Ymir Cup Legend match between Asia 1 and Korea.
Here we go. Asia 1 moving out. Korea moving out. Are they going to clash right away, or are they each going to go for their own tower?
Right off the bat, we are already going to be seeing a bunch of members from the side of Asia 1 skidding off and, of course, riding into the horizon. While the rest of the members from Korea, you can identify them with the red clan tags. Red clan tags Korea, they are swarming in from the northern part of the map, and for the side of Asia 1, they're swarming in from the southeastern part of the map. And it seems like they want to grant control of 1 and 2.
Yeah, they're trying to take 2 at one time, while Korea is heading for 3. Looks like they're also going to contest Tower 1. And it looks like we have around 164 people online from Asia 1. We have 162 online from Korea.
Oh, very fair.
So a nice, fair matchup here.
I think that this is going to be a really fun fight. But right off the bat, it does seem like we
Ooh.
already have 4 of the normal
Ooh.
bases that is ready to be controlled by Asia 1.
Dropping people.
With a total of 8,700 points for themselves, while Korea is stuck at 6,000. It is still the first few minutes of the fight though, so still too early. What the hell? Oh, look at the amount of dead people already. Oh my
Got the
god.
resurrection coming in. Are we going to get some people coming back up? And it looks like Asia 1 got caught off guard just a little bit there, but they're back on that tower.
Yo,
Oh,
that's
looks like,
scary.
yeah, we have like a Seoul Korean player. They are trying to go ahead and 1v like 100, and I don't think it's going to work out. Well,
Yep.
Oh, it's a Scald, so they can heal as well. I don't know. They're taking people down.
That is not gonna be easy. Not easy at all. It's kind of tough to really identify the players.
This is the
However,
king.
this is the king. Okay, so there are 2 nightingales in Korea. So if I'm pronouncing it correctly, the only difference in terms of name with the king and the other player is Ilke. So Ilke is this one, the king.
And he's going
right
down
here.
right now. Okay,
Oh, the
that's
heal.
healing. There we go. He's staying up.
It's gonna be
Hazel
fine.
and Lazy Joni both trying to get him down.
The song of the Yggdrasil
And
is
he's
just doing a lot.
400k. This guy's 400k Scald.
It's gonna be really tough for them to realistically do anything right there. And Ilke has been doing whatever that he can to just roam around and just ensuring that he's buying time. Because as long as you're buying time, you are making sure that the opponents have less damage output.
Yeah, so right now Tower 1 is at 43%. Tower 3 is at 72%. Tower 2 has barely been touched yet.
It's a kind of like a slowly but surely kind of situation right now. But we will be getting our way in as none of the boss bases have been taken down as of yet. However, Asia 1, they are double of the points of Korea with 5 of the normal base already acquired.
It looks like right now Tower 3 has quite a few people from Korea on there, but not as much as Asia 1 has on Tower 1. Looks like Korea is interested in getting into that action and trying to take out some people from Asia 1. And we're down to 23% on Tower 1.
I thought that this is interesting because
Look, Nightingale just doesn't care about anything. Let me just jump in there and kill as many people as I can. I don't care about support.
this is, well, I'll be damned, man, because they're doing a lot. Right now, we don't have a single server that is putting any form of emphasis down over to the boss base number 2.
No.
But to be fair, they don't have to, because Asia 1, they have already collected quite a bit of the normal bases that is closest to number 2.
Yeah, so they can easily teleport over there. They have the advantage in terms of getting down to 2 as soon as the other towers are down. But it looks like Tower 1 is going to go down here. And looks like a Korean server is going to try to intercept that, but a lot of them just laid on the floor really quickly. Asia 1 has destroyed the first tower, and they're going to go in and try to claim it. See if they can claim it just as fast as they did in the last match.
There are so many people right over here. Is 168 versus 166. As
And
now,
there it goes. They have the
Jody.
first tower.
Yep, now of course back onto Aokai. Just gonna be working his way, and I believe that he's a scald right here. So a lot of healing can be done in just buying a crap ton of time, ensuring that the top players such as Lazy just don't focus on all the other players.
Now Asia 1 has decided to go all the way over to Tower 3. And they're going to go ahead and try to finish that off and take that from Korea. And so far, I don't know if you agree, but it's looking a little bit like the last match.
This kind of seems like so. Yes, I do agree for now, right? Because Asia 1, they are largely dominant, being able to grab themselves that boss base, but not quite the same for Korea, because Team Korea, they have yet to get a boss base.
Now look at this battle right here. Lazy Joni, Hazel trying to go ahead and go straight for that most powerful Nightingale right there. And looks like he's going, looks like he went down.
They managed to do it. They managed to snack him down and just slow down his progress just by a tad little bit. And now they're gonna focus fire over to the northwestern part of the map, and that is gonna be the other tower of occupying 3.
Yeah, so they're gonna again fight for this tower. Looks like so far Asia 1 just able to both DPS that tower and hold back Korea from doing any kind of damage to them.
They're all right around the outskirts. They're putting themselves in a pretty good spot and just covering up the entirety of the base number 3. Unfortunately for Korea, it doesn't seem like they have any strategy that can break them apart. At this point in time, I think that the only thing that they can do is just ride along with the wave and hope to be able to just intercept them in between of battles.
Yeah, Nightingale, the king here, seems to be a bit of a lone wolf. Just wants to go in there and fight his own battles. I think we're going to need a little more coordination on the Korean side to actually be able to do anything here.
Yeah, so most of the time, we will always see one player that is extremely and absurdly strong, that is able to one versus many. And I believe that for the side of Nightingale AOK is probably used to that, and probably is taking this time to kind of still kind of look around or kind of feel for how much his power really and realistically is. You know, kind of like testing punches, testing distance.
Yeah, look at all those bodies on the floor. Honestly, Asia 1 is just wiping out the Korean players right now. That being said, looking at the number of kills on each side, they are not that far ahead in terms of how many they have taken out. So, I mean, it seems like an even matchup. Right now, it does look like it's coming down to strategy, and that the Korean players, I'm just not sure if they're getting organized.
Yeah, indeed. We did manage to see one of the berserkers, Dan Meng Ho, that's just going around and trying to be as annoying as possible. But it doesn't seem like they were doing too much per se, because Asia 1, they are still relatively dominating, and most of these fights are still going on in the northwestern part of the map, and they really want to grab a hold of base number 3.
Yeah, and if you see red up there, it's quite spread out. Tower 3 is down to 14%. They really need to start working together to pull something off here. It looks like, yeah, Asia 1 is just going to keep focusing on Tower 3. You can see they have a huge concentration right there. It looks like they're using, I don't know what the number is right below there, but the tower just below there to pour it in every time someone dies. And they're very consistent. You don't see any stragglers. You don't see anyone spread out. They are definitely working well together.
Yeah, it's either going to be 7, 8, or 9, but there is a little bit too much turret to really kind of look at it for. But for now, we're going to be putting our eyes right on to one of the players from Team Korea. Doesn't seem like they will be able to do too much, but
no, Hazel manhandled him. He's in the 300s.
Indeed. This is tough. This is really going to be tough. As Team Korea, they're currently at 24,000 points, and Asia at 36,000 points. This tower seems to be fighting back. Well, in the meantime, the king, of course, is back in action again. Okay?
It's like Lazy Joni taking him straight on.
Yep. This is what kind of happens whenever you are kind of going solo.
Yeah.
A Warlord or a Berserker can just be really
drops.
annoying to you.
All right, looks like we have a few people just standing and waiting to take that base. It's about to go down, 6% left, and they are ready to go ahead and claim it. So far, I've seen Asia 1 claim every base today within around 10 to 15 seconds.
Indeed. So not only do they have the sound strategy that they already have someone waiting in the center, because that is going to shave at least 3 seconds. And every second
Oh, the
counts a
tower
lot.
just went in and destroyed some people right there. We got the archer towers coming in. Oh, we had the explosion right there. Man, a massive fight right here at Tower 3. Korea looks like they're trying to make something happen. They're actually looking like they're getting a little bit organized here. The tower is down. And now who is going to claim it? This is where we got to fight. And I don't think it's going to be right away this time. Look at all these mythic abilities going off right now. That's what people do. They save their mythic ability for this massive fight for trying to claim the base.
Yep, the Elder Archer Tower is just really darn annoying to deal with the vast amount of archers that is present in the map as of now. With such a big battlefield, these archer towers can really stack up and deal a lot of damage over to you. And let's not forget there are many other of these mythic abilities that generally stacks upon one another too.
And the last thing I want to see as a player is those towers just go up around me, and next thing I know, I'm destroyed. And so now we got, looks like Asia 1 is taking over this base here. Are they going to be able to go ahead and claim it, get their 10 seconds on there? It's looking pretty good, but Korea has the right strategy. They're trying to get in there, throw those AoEs, keep them from claiming that base.
The memory of Mjolnir is just obliterating everyone at this point as we speak. But so far, we haven't seen a Skald's Song of Yggdrasil right in the center as of yet. But perhaps we'll probably see that coming out soon. As you can see, this battlefield right now, base number 2, is littered with Asia 1 players. It's dying yellow. So much yellowness in the map.
Yeah, we got a lot of red there too. Korea is definitely contesting. Oh no, I'm sorry. Looks like they claimed it. They got that boss base.
Oh man!
Time to move on to number 2. So now we should see everyone track down to Tower 2. That's where the next battle is going to be. We got quite a few people still laying here on the floor. And why is everyone just standing around?
My goodness. Maybe a little bit of teleportation. Oh yeah, they are.
People trying to get in quick to Tower 2. They're very well coordinated over there on Asia 1.
And unfortunately, it seems like Korea is always going to be kind of following them just one step behind, right?
Right.
They're mostly just reactive. While in the meantime, Asia 1, they are extremely proactive with what they do.
Yeah, the interesting thing is like Asia 1 is only around 50 kills ahead of Korea, but Korea just not able to make any moves on those towers.
We've got quite a lot of things that we're going to have to look out for as well, right? How much the players are kind of working with one another, how much each of these individual warlords and berserkers comes in to realistically disrupt, right? Because you can most of these melee characters, they can go for targeted disruption, but not exactly mass disruption. The only form of mass disruption we see is whenever they go on for mythic abilities, on very big abilities and spells, and that is where the mass disruption will come in. It's really important to see them being played out that way.
Nightingale just went down from Hazel. They're just struggling. Lazy Joni out here. Looks like, I love how Lazy Joni and Hazel just hang out together and really dominate pretty much all the groups that they find.
It seems like they have kind of like a tag team duo kind of thing going on.
For sure.
It is working.
Yeah, for definitely. All right, so we do have Asia 1 surrounding Tower 2. It is down to 72%. They are currently dominating that area. Korea is moving down, but they are quite spread out in terms of how they're coming down. It looks like we almost have 3 different lines of Korean players coming down through the map, and just not sure they're getting that coordination down.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if whether that is the right play at this point in time, because what Asia 1 is doing is that they are playing via numbers. They are literally swarming themselves into a single place like pests, ensuring that they are collectively dealing with the towers and the bases one at a time. However, Korea, they are spread thinly. It is a very risky approach in the event that they are unable to realistically take down these turrets fast enough.
Yeah, and I'm definitely seeing some good play from the Korean players. I mean, you can tell that they're very skilled and played the game for a long time. I'm seeing good use of the dashes and the evades, but it's just not enough to overcome Asia's coordination.
I think not only just the coordination that we're talking about too. I think that the caller, you know, the team leader, the one that's constantly calling for spottings or currently calling for locations, is super important too. Everyone is just listening and they are very cooperative. I guess that is where the cooperation part starts to kick in.
Right. And we just have a sea of yellow here at Tower 2. It's down to 48%. Looks like actually there's quite a battle going inside where you claim the tower, and I've seen quite a few Asian players drop. But again, is this more like it's like a 1v30 situation again? I'm not sure why they don't. We see that pairing of Lazy Joni and Hazel. I think maybe the Koreans should take the cue from that.
Yeah, probably if they really want to deal with Lazy Joni and Hazel, I think that they can kind of just run right in and just kind of put themselves right in the face of these two, right? Kind of push the elephant on the shelf as much as possible. I believe that Asia 1 should be able to grab that boss base very quickly, and I think that that's going to be the problem.
Yeah, once they have all 3, I'm sorry, but this is looking a lot like the last match.
It more or less is a game over kind of situation. So Korea, they need to stop this. They need to ensure that the base does not go over to go over to Asia 1 at any cost.
Right, and we're down to 35% on that tower. Still seeing quite a few Asia 1 just flooding this zone here. There's just not much competition. It seems Korea is very spread out, coming in different little waves, and the big boys seem to just be enjoying the PvP and fighting. Maybe a little bit more coordination here. I'm seeing a bigger group, but overall, looks like they are just trying to get in on some PvP action.
Once again, back again, get onto Lazy Joni.
There's your
the song of Yggdrasil.
Yeah.
Right back at it.
Daddy Kim comes back a lot. Oh, wait, did he go there? I believe he might just came back from that too.
There we go. Daddy Kim is here. But they're just going to be pushing themselves right onto... Is that okay? I think that's the king, right? Okay. Should be, but it's very elusive at this point in time.
Looks like Korea is trying to make a push here. We're seeing quite a few more on the map down here. And let's see if they're able to make a difference with the tower going down at 9% so far. Almost down. And we'll see who can claim it. I'm assuming we're going to see another massive battle at the claim point. Hazel out here doing his thing as usual, but as you can see, at least he has a team around him.
Just a tad, a little bit more before they will be able to do much from base number 2, as the tower of occupying 2 is now down to less than 2%, 1%.
And there it goes.
It goes down to the hands of Asia 1. Yet again, another point that will be credited over to Asia 1, leaving the base open for capture.
And it looks like nothing but a sea of yellow right there. Maybe a few of the Korean folks sprinkled in. Are they going to be able to stop them and take that tower?
That's gonna be rough for sure, right?
Nope. They took it within that nice quick 10 seconds again.
So that is 3 boss bases that have been acquired by Asia 1. This will simply be a narrative for Asia 1 to go from one boss base to another. And the only logical place to go will be the center.
Yeah, time to take down that Tower of Victory. You can get there.
At this point in time, we're going to be holding sure and making sure that we are able to work onto the game. But it does seem like we do have a little bit of a pause, because we are actually hearing something from the production side.
Yeah, it sounds like we're having some technical difficulties, and there may be some issues on the Korean side. I believe we're going to go ahead and stop this match.
We're gonna pause this out for now. Despite the fact that we have went through 20 minutes of this game, don't worry. We will give you guys the resolution to this in a short bit, all right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pause this game for now. And eyes to us. Yeah, say hi.
So we're going to see how this goes. Yeah, that was a crazy battle. Maybe that explains why there was that lack of coordination among the Korean players. So hopefully they get those bugs worked out, and we'll figure out. Maybe we'll see a more evened up match.
Perhaps, yes. If this is really the case, right, where the Korean... Okay, so the information, what we have, or what is the information that we have, is that the Korean team is actually unable to party up.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah, so they are not able to heal. So essentially all the skulls in the game of the Korean team, they are essentially useless.
Yeah, because they can't heal unless you are in a party. And again, you got party up to 15. So it's probably why we see these top players just dropping out on their own. So that explains quite a bit of what we just saw in the match. So hopefully we can get that fixed and get back in there and see what happens.
That will probably also be the reason why Nightingale Ilke has been, kind of like running right in all by him or herself.
Yeah.
And, has been grinding that over and over and over again. Not exactly sure how that is going to turn out for them, but if they have been playing the game this whole time without healing, isn't that kind of good already?
Yeah, I'm going to say actually having that detail means that they were really holding their ground quite a bit, given the number of kills. The fact that they did all that without having healing within parties is insane.
Honestly, that means that the game might actually be a lot closer than we expected, perhaps. I'm not too sure how that really is gonna be like. But regardless, we are going to be looking to resolve this issue as soon as possible. And once we're back, we'll let you guys know of the resolution and what measures has been taken. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away too far away. Make sure you guys stay tuned onto the stream. Remember, we do have Twitch drops enabled. Remember that one guy wanting us to yap a lot longer so that you can get your 5 hours. Yeah, now's the chance, okay? Everyone, Twitch drop 5 hours. Make sure you guys hold on and not mute the video player, because if you mute the video player, progress will be halted, okay? Remember that. So, Beard and I will be right back with you guys in a short bit after the resolution.
Razer Gold isn't just a top-up. It's where 68,000 plus games meet epic rewards. Your quest begins here. Fight your battles, claim your victories. And with every top-up, earn Razer Silver. Fast, secure, trusted by millions of gamers across 130 plus countries. Top up Ymir points on gold.razer.com now and get 10% instant cash back only until March 8th. Make every battle count.
and welcome back once again to Ymir Cup World Championship. My name is Abstract, with me here is Beard, and we just came back from a short little break due to some unexpected issues, which we have already dealt with right now.
Yeah, so we did have an issue with the Korean players being able to party up, which is why we saw some of the action we saw. They were ending up being solo, and unfortunately that means that they cannot be healed by these scalds in a party, which, as everyone knows, we can have parties of 15 in these large-scale battles, and you obviously want scalds in there, and that's the only way they're able to heal their teammates. So we had some discussions during our time away, and we're able to coordinate to be able to create those parties so that it is more evenly matched between both teams. So we are going to be restarting.
As such, here at Ymir Cup World Championship, of course, together with Remade, we want to ensure that all participants within whichever server, we want to ensure fairness in the battlefield as much as possible. So whenever any team or any server comes in with any problem midway through, we'll find a way to resolve this issue ASAP. And luckily, we're only 20 minutes into the previous game, so going for a restart of the game was actually gonna be pretty A-okay. As such, both parties and both servers have been notified of the changes. As such, the resolution will come down to the fact that both servers will have 1 to 2 minutes of the time. The moment that the battlefield opens, they will need to use those time to party up. And at that point in time, if they do not get their party up and all, then, well, they're gonna have to think on the fly and, you know, gonna work with what they're given.
Yeah, so I am going to be interested to see how this changes what we saw in that first 20 minutes. What we saw, thinking it was, not being coordinated, could have been due to the lack of parties. So is that going to make a big impact? Are we going to see some differences? I think we might, because the kills were quite similar, and so it's going to be interesting to see if those big boys that now have some heals with them, if they can change the tide.
I think not only just that, most of the time when we are thinking about party, it always comes down to heals from the skulls. That is going to be a very big factor. Another big factor is actually something more, disguised to the naked eye, and that is relative information. Being able to discern where your team generally are around the map is going to be very important as well. Because we have saw a lot of time where I believe that the name was Ilk. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. But the #1 king, of course, of the team of Japan has always been going in all alone, right? And he or she has been getting a lot of heals. Why? Because he or she is a scald, after all.
Yeah.
So if he's going in alone and is surviving very well, that means that this player is essentially buying a lot of time for any other players, such as a Berserker, an Archer, to come in to deal all those relative damage, which the Scald is not very capable of.
And even as Korea's top player there at 402,000 power, just having other scholars being able to be in the party to just support those heals is going to make them even stronger. And I think that's what we're going to see here. And I am excited to see what happens, and we'll see if it does change the tide of the game.
Yep. So, of course, when it comes down to the Korean team, we do have got a lot of these players that worked their way very well, actually, in the previous match. So, it's kind of interesting, right? Because when the Korean team, they played that game without any party, without any healing. They were, yes, it was technically one-sided because of the boss bases that has been reclaimed by Asia 1. However, this also means that there's a lot that can be changed the moment that they are able to enter into the game with party. And that makes things even more competitive between these two teams.
Yeah, and I do see right now, I do want to let everyone know we are at 6,600 viewers right now. And so I want to mention just anyone that jumped in while we were on that break. We are in the legend match of the championship. This is Asia 1, our world or global champions that we have today are facing off against Korea. So this is the first time many of us have seen Korea in action. And this is for, a nice little competitive match to see who will take the crown.
So now, the same thing as always, there are still uncertainties in the air. We have a small little teaser of how the Korea team plays without healing.
Right.
So going in with healing changes.
Yeah, so I think that's going to give them a much better advantage. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of an even matchup, and I'm excited now. Like I honestly thought they were a little bit weaker, and based on what we were seeing, I think we can definitely see a difference here in how they perform.
Indeed. So there could be a very high chance that we might be able to watch this battle play all the way out through the 1 hour mark. That could be possible. So for all of the viewers out there on Twitch, if you are still watching the stream because you're trying to hit that 5-hour accumulated watch time milestone, I hope that you have at least managed to clock 4 hours in, because once you hit the 5 hours mark, man, that is where you will be able to go back home with that rare mount, Ground Sanosk.
Yeah, so grab all those rewards, grab all those coupon codes, and hopefully you guys are getting some good pulls from that. And I am sure that everyone is excited to get all these freebies this weekend.
So, of course, without further ado, I do like to believe that the time for the players to work up onto their party ASAP is gonna be on the way. As much as possible, they're gonna have to get their party up within the first 1 to 2 minutes the moment the battlefield opens. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you guys are ready for this, because we are now gonna be watching the Ymir Cup World Championship Legends match. And this match is only awarded to the Korea team that has been waiting for this moment. And of course, when it comes down to the Asia team, they have worked their way all the way up. They have played multiple amount of qualifiers. In fact, when I see some of the players, they actually have the jacket. It shows the dates that they have played and the dates of each of the region's qualifiers. I thought that was actually a very interesting touch on the jackets.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Everyone worked hard through all their matches, and I did see quite a few similarities between all of them, because it looks like most of these servers were undefeated in their respective districts, and so yeah, there was a lot of repetition on that jacket as well.
So understandably, as long as they are able to get themselves right into the game with a good party, and of course, right now we were talking about the qualifiers. They took some time to climb their way up. So now they are finally at the finals. They've been crowned the Ymir Cup World Championship finals already. They are the champions. So now this is a little bit of a showcase match that we are gonna be watching between these two servers.
Yeah, I hope that, given these parties now, that, watching these Korean players, I mean, seeing some of those strong players get in there and really solo up to 100 people at a time, it's going to be crazy to see what they can do once they actually have the support in a party.
Now, understandably, for those for everyone that is watching on Twitch, I do see that some of you guys may have a little bit of issues when it comes down to your Twitch drops. Do note that if you want to drops, you cannot mute the player, because the moment you mute the player on Twitch itself, it is going to pause your completion. So if anything, if you really want to kind of put the video onto a background while you passively clock in the hours, you can always put the video to 1%. So at least you have a really good understanding of what's going on in the game. You can hear us, and you can also be able to get yourself some drops.
Yeah, and on that, I do have a little bit of personal experience with getting those drops, and I will say also sometimes it helps if you have it as an active window. Make sure you're not doing something else in a different window. All those things might help you out, making sure you don't miss out on that time.
Now, for everyone that have just came onto the stream, you are watching the Ymir Cup World Championship, and of course, we are on the Legends matchup already, with Asia 1 winning their championship title for the grand event itself. Now we're moving on to the Legends match, which is going to be the showcase match. Those people that just tuned in, welcome and hello. Thank you so much to every single one of you guys for your very kind patience, because the time is nigh as we're going to be jumping into the match itself. Legend match bracket between Asia 1 and Korea.
Let's go. Looks like we have these parties set up now. And looks like we already have some towers going. Looks like they're already going on the middle tower. All right, so we have the Korea team moving in on, I believe, looks like Tower 3. I believe they are on. Looks like Asia 1 is maybe trying a different tactic here. They went straight in and are DPS
What?
in the Tower of Victory.
Tower of Victory?
Is possible, but I'm kind of curious if they might have took a little bit of an advantage of that initial party time.
Yeah, so I'm not very sure about that, but we'll leave it to the judge or we'll leave it to the postmortem. But for now, what we are going to be looking out for is that Asia 1 have already gotten 5 normal bases conquered, or rather conquered. While for the side of Korea, only 3 of the normal bases that they managed to conquer.
Now it looks like Lazy Joni just ran straight in and tried to take or slow down Tower 3. And it looks like they were jumping on him. And so, again, still a lot of Asia 1 sitting on the Tower of Victory. Definitely a different strategy than we've seen this weekend.
I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, and it looks like we got Hazel, Daddy Kim, all the big boys out here trying to take out the Korean players on Tower 3.
And the Tower of Victory is already down to 50%. Well, in the meantime, we are focusing on the other players such as Korea, right? Because Korea, they have split themselves up pretty far and wide. They are focusing on to Tower of Occupying 3, now of which have just dipped below 80%.
And now we have their top player again in the middle. Looks to be alone, but I'm assuming they have some... Oh, actually, no. We look like we have quite a few in the middle from Korea. Looks like they're going to play the same game as Asia 1. They want to come to their Tower 3. They're going to come to the Tower of Victory.
Now this is fun. We're starting to see something a little bit different. We have no boss bases coming in and being conquered by any of this server as of yet. While in the meantime, Korea, they managed to put themselves all the way to 15,000 points, while Asia 1 is at 13,000 points. We are definitely starting to see something a little bit different here.
And looks like we got Hazel back in the middle. We got the Mythic from the Archer there. The Archer Tower is going straight in on the tower. Hazel looking to help clear these the Korean players off of the middle. And looks like we're going to have a fight of the big boys there off to the side.
It's not going to be easy to bring down the Tower of Victory all that fast, but the Tower of Victory is already well at 50%. That's halfway through already. But we have always mentioned about this, right? When you put so much resources onto Tower of Victory, you essentially don't gain a lot of points while you're trying to whittle down this gargantuan of an obelisk.
Yeah, but so, and then you leave it open for the enemy to come in and swoop the final hit. And it looks like Korea is finally catching on to the plan here from Asia 1, and they are pushing through the choke point, trying to put some pressure on them at the Tower of Victory. It's going to be curious. Is anyone going to actually go for these Tower 1, 2, and 3?
Now, that is the question that we really want to find out, huh? But for now, it does seem like we are looking at a swarm from the side of Korea.
Man, we got some bodies going down here.
From the northern side, a bunch of the archers just going to be focusing themselves right down on the Tower of Victory, while the rest of Korea is slowly inching in and, of course, dropping bodies from the side of Asia 1. As much as possible, they are putting in a lot of effort and getting a lot of kills for themselves, too.
Yeah, a lot of bodies on both sides right now. The big boys are fighting it out right in the middle. Hazel, Lazy Joni, we got Nightingale. We got all the big players right there in the middle. The strongest power, duking it out. Looks like they're focusing Lazy Joni. Will he go down as the strongest player right now on Asia 1?
Oh, not only that,
No.
Hazel joins in the battlefield as well. A-OK, he's currently the Scald, but he's trying to look for a way to get himself right out of that. A little bit of a healing, get himself way above 50% HP, and he's going to be A-OK for now.
Right back to normal.
Yep.
Does look like he has his party now, getting those heals in.
A little bit of a Daddy Cam as well as a Hazel Cam.
Oh,
but
Daddy Kim went down.
It's going to be A-OK for now, but we are currently locking in with 15,000 points. We are going to be looking at a fight completely off of that Tower of Victory. This is a big fight. In fact, it's a song of the Yggdrasil. It's just going to be popping right on, and we'll be able to get a decent amount of heal throughout the entire enemies from the side of Korea. But it doesn't seem like the members from the side of Korea are just going to be surviving. Hazel is still standing right in the middle of the fight. He's constantly just going to be raining arrows onto everyone, and he's not afraid of anything at all. He's putting himself right in the midst of everyone, while the Scald coming in from the side of A-OK, he's just going to be bracing for impact and ensuring that he will be able to do a decent amount, while Hazel crashes right in onto him and knocks him right down. A second Song of Yggdrasil joins right in with that amazing pop coming in from Makam.
Now they're slowing down the tower there. Tower of Victory going down to 31%. It is going down a little bit slower. Hazel, Lazy Joni still holding things down. here, trying to hold the Korean players back from coming in from this choke point. Lazy Joni going in and just laying them down one by one.
We've got a bunch of members from Team Korea that is just hovering right outside of the ridge. Does not want to scale up the stairs at this point in time. It seems like they are working on some prep work before just rushing right in and dashing into the Tower of Victory. However, it seems like the plan is going to be halted as we do have members from the side of Thanos coming in from Asia 1. They have managed to climb themselves down the stairs and will be applying all the AoE that they require to bring them down.
Making light work of the Korean players right there, unfortunately.
It's going to be rough for Korea to even
Daddy Kim
regroup.
goes down.
I'm not too sure whether they will be able to regroup or not, but we will definitely have a couple of the strongest players of the team to try to hold out and, of course, try to buy a bit more time. AOK heals up a little bit. Does seem like he doesn't have anyone around him, but he's healing he's healing up a lot.
Yeah, still nobody going for any boss base. No tower 1, 2, or 3 being hit. I believe they're trying to end this game as quickly as possible. Tower of Victory down to 25% at this point.
Yep, now that is the question. Why do they want to end this game so fast? It's 11 minutes has elapsed, and right now we're looking at Kings versus Kings. The battle of the Kings for who is going to be holding themselves right onto the throne. And it does seem like AOK is not going to be having a great time as the rain of arrows just spew right over to him. But
got the heal off right there, and he got some healers following him. But Lazy Joni still going in, trying to get that kill on him. And so now we have Asia 1 still focusing on the Tower of Victory. It's going down 22%.
the distance has been made to ensure that AOK is able to get himself farther away in order to stay alive and hold himself out for a little bit.
Oh, it looks like he finally went down there. Lazy Joni finished him off.
They're going to be putting themselves right back into the midst of the action, right back over to the Tower of Victory, of which is currently at 25%.
All right, so it looks like Korea is going to have to do a little regrouping. It looks like they are down there at the southwest of the map. Quite a few down there. And again, I'm looking at the Tower 1, 2, and 3. Just absolutely no one worried about taking a tower at this point. It's all about the Tower of Victory, 20%.
As they slowly whittle down the health, they're ensuring that all of these AoE damage spells are just going to be popping right out. Oh, another
massive damage coming in.
Yeah, another Yggdrasil just pops and sprouted down from the ground. Massive amount of fights coming in from everywhere. The main fight that we are watching is also going to be mostly onto the Tower of Victory. However, there are fights going on at the southwestern part of the map as well, right outside of the Tower of Victory.
Lazy Joni going right back in on the Korean King. And man, he was knocking him down quick. Not sure if he was able to survive that. Doesn't look like he was. Lazy Joni taking names and yeah.
Just all the nameplates just gonna be coming right off, right? The name tags, every single one of the members that goes down, you take one for yourself to mark them for death. It's not gonna be easy, especially for Asia 1. Despite the fact that they have been putting so much effort on the Tower of Victory, Korea have managed to climb up in terms of points by a exorbitant amount, currently at 24,000 points for themselves, as opposed to Asia 1 with 18,000 points for themselves.
Only issue is if Asia 1 is the one that gets the last hit on this Tower of Victory, then it's going to shoot them straight above. So that's not really a great strategy right now. And unfortunately, it does look like the Korean players are still quite a bit spread out. I'm not sure if the party issue is being resolved really helped in terms of the coordination. Looks like we still have a lot of stragglers around.
Indeed, so at this point in time, it kind of feels as though that Asia 1 is kind of gambling for that 50-50 percentage, whereby it's either they get the tower or they don't. If they don't, Korea is going to skyrocket in points, as you mentioned, and that is going to put Asia 1 in such a difficult spot to try to climb themselves back into the fight.
Yeah, I do believe Asia 1 now is just, I think they're getting really aggressive. They're really trying to go ahead and see if they can show off, and they want to take down this Tower of Victory and see if they can deliver the crown without even needing the rest of the buffs from the other towers. They want to just prove that they are worthy.
The memory of Mjolnir has been constantly been bursting into flames and ensure that the members that is caught inside is going to be having a lot of problems. But regardless, it seems like the Tower of Victory is down to close to 10%.
Yeah, it's ticking down bit by bit. Still mostly Asia 1 in there on it. See quite a few Korean players trying to move in and get the Asia 1 players off, but it's not working out too well.
Currently, the Tower of Victory is still very yellow dominated. A lot of members from the side of Asia 1 is still hovering around the Tower of Victory. However, I don't think that Korea is going to let them slide at all, because most of the members are just going to be swarming in from the northern side. Despite the massive flurry of arrows coming in from all of these archers from the side of Asia 1, we do have Korea that will be bracing for impact with the sheer amount of skulls and berserkers onto their field. They want to rush right in, however, they are unable to take up all of these damage. Take a look
at
the
all
amount
those
of black
bodies.
health bars from the side of Korea.
Oh my gosh. Daddy Kim right there in the mix, taking people down. Man, they cannot handle that power.
They can't indeed, as the Tower of Victory now rests at 5%, with a lot more members from the side of Asia 1 still hovering around, and somehow Asia 1, they climbed up the score to 22,000, while Korea only at 25,000, slowly bridging the gap, and any team, any server that manages to take the Tower of Victory will skyrocket in terms of points.
They're down to 2% now, climbing down really quickly. Who's going to get that last hit? Everyone is flying in right now to that tower. 1.5% is falling fast, 1% coming up. And I see both red and yellow just swarming that Tower of Victory right now. 0.7%, 6. Who's going to get that last hit? Ooh, huge heal coming in, but I see a lot of Asia 1 bodies down there on the ground. A lot of Korean server bodies on the ground.
4, 3,
here we go.
2, and the final second, and of
we got
course
a big
the final
attack from
explosion,
the Tower of
the
Victory.
vacuum.
Can it change it?
No, it did! It did not explode!
Now who?
As such, it
Who got the
goes
point?
to...
Oh, went to Asia 1 on the points.
Oh!
So now they are way ahead in points. And who is going to pick up the crown and try to deliver it?
Asia 1.
Daddy Kim picks up the crown.
Is that 68,000 points for Asia 1?
All right.
That's a lot.
He's getting tossed around, ragdolled around. Health dropping a good little bit. Let's see. Can Korea stop them from delivering that crown, and can they take it for themselves?
Literally dropping left, right, and center. The good thing is Daddy Kim is very resilient. It's not gonna be an easy feat for anyone to bring Daddy Kim down at this point in time. Do note that Daddy Kim currently is the number 4 player of Asia 1, but he is an archer. Let me remind you guys of that.
And he's got people on him right now, and he just doesn't care. He's going to keep on walking. Nice little slow stride, walk his way to that choke point. And I believe they have to go through to Tower 3.
Tower 3.
So they're going to go ahead and come out that choke point at the southwest and work his way up to Tower 3.
They're not too far, but I think that the difficulty for Asia 1 is because Tower 3 is just nicely nestled between 2 of the towers that is dominated by Korea.
Yeah, and we're starting to see that sea of red on the map there. I think they're ready to move in and make some kind of move on this crown, although they have a lot of Asia 1 players to go through.
Yep, so just because of the respawn points that Korea has managed to set up for themselves, this is going to make Asia 1 have a tad bit of problem trying to return the crown back home. As such, Korea's #1 game plan as of now is to bring the crown back for themselves.
So they're still moving along. Daddy Kim is progressing step by step. Looks like he's up on the ridge right now. Yeah. So gives you a little bit of advantage to be up on that ridge. A little bit harder. People can't really hit you from down below, and gives you a little more room to walk. And right now he's surrounded by his teammates.
At this point in time, I can't even see exactly where the crown is. But one thing's for sure is that the outskirts is very open. They can of course teleport themselves away and going to a place where they can apply very good amount of knockbacks. It seems like the commander has called. We have quite a bit of teleportation that has went by in order to make sure that Daddy Kim would not be able to run by that easily.
Looks like he's still edging his way past. Came down the hill, and he's moving right toward the tower. And all he has to do is get it inside to that base.
I don't see any members from Korea that is stopping them right in front of the Tower of Occupying 3. That's the problem. I don't see anyone. All I see is a sea of yellow as they escort Daddy Kim a little bit closer. While in the meantime, yet another explosion will wipe out the battlefield from the western side.
The Koreans are trying to pour in from the side there, but they are being stopped by that wall of yellow, which is Asia 1, just slowing them down, allowing Daddy Kim to continue to walk. Are the strong folks going to get in there and try to stop him? So far, he's only getting stopped a little bit. Those crowd control is slowing him down slightly, but he's almost there.
Yep, but there is really not a lot of crowd control at all. As you can see, that Daddy Kim is slowly inching his way right next to the tower now. Tower of Occupying 3 is just a little bit more forward, and he will be able to deliver the crown over to base number 3.
He's got to get through inside to the grabbing point for that tower. They tried to throw the mythical skills on him. It did not work. He is so strong, maintaining 100% health. No one can get in there and slow him down. Are they going to jump over the edge? No, it's too late. He's going to go ahead and deliver that crown. Game over. Asia 1 has won with no towers of occupying taken at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, the showcase match of this Legends match here at Ymir Cup World Championship. Through all odds and even after a rematch, Asia 1 remained dominant and supreme. Here in Singapore and in Razer Southeast Asia headquarters, Asia 1 will come in as a happy double victor. Be it be the champions of Ymir Cup World Championship, they are also the champions of this Legends match. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as they raise the trophy one last time. Asia 1!
Another trophy for you guys. Why don't you join me again for our second interview of the day? Congratulations again. Oh, it's like you're interview experts now. You're so used to this.
Yes.
How are you doing? How was the battle against the Korean server today for you? Yeah, against your opponent today. Was it fun?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did it go what you thought it would go? Did it play out the way you thought it would? What was the most fun?
What 5?
Yeah, most fun.
เอาไว้นะอะไรที่สุดโอเคmost fun
Yeah.
most fun in the game I think gachapon
Sorry?
do you know gachapon gacha wow open Wakali cards or DC cards I think it's really fun.
Well, can I also ask you, how are you guys so good, so unstoppable? What's the secret of being so good?
Oh, what is secret? Secret today?
Yes.
I think Thai people is so crazy and Thai hard for play this game.
Oh, it was our teamwork today.
Yes, teamwork.
Yes, all right. Well, you have 2 trophies for our first ever Ymir Cup World Champions. And can you tell us how it was like? Can you tell us the experience for over the past 2 days?
Yes, of course. ประสบการณ์วันนี้ครับ Today I think I have too much experience in Singapore because in World Champion stage I think we do it well.
Oh, you think you're stronger on site?
Yes.
Yeah, I love the confidence. Well, congratulations to your second trophy of the day for our first ever Ymir Cup World Champions as well. And I think we have should we give them, well, I think it's time to invite our special guest to join us on the stage. Please welcome we made Head of Game Business Division, Michael Kim, onto the stage to present his gift to our winners today. Congratulations. Here's the check for you. Could we get a picture? Big smiles to the camera in the middle. 1, 2, 3, say Ymir. All right, super. Thank you. And if we could ask Mr. Michael to say a few words for us.
Hi guys, did you guys enjoy the event?
Yes.
Yeah, so today's stage was only made possible by the passion of Ymir players from around the world. We witnessed the intense region battles and strategic alliance warfare that created a truly historic moment here. Ymir will continue to stand with you guys on the global stage. And to everyone joining us today, I'd like to reveal a special surprise coupon code. Drop it now. Drop it now. Is it on the screen?
Shall we see?
Is it on the screen?
Okay, yes it is.
Great, great, great. One thing, the pledge from Korea, don't forget to add KR at the end of the coupon code. 한국 클라이언트로 접속하시는 분들은 쿠폰 코드 끝에 KR 붙이시는 걸 잊지 말아 주십시오. And this coupon is available only for a limited time. So please hurry up and make sure to redeem it as early as possible. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you. And thank you for joining us. And 콘콘캅. And obrigado.
Okay.
And 谢谢. And terima kasih. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Michael, for joining us. We'll let you go. He came bearing secret coupons, and as he said, it is limited for a specific time only, so make sure to claim it. And congratulations to our legend match winner as well. Well, make sure to get the coupon code and also complete your Twitch drops watch time before the event ends. And well, I think it is time for me to be joined by Eugene. If we could have you on the stage as well. Welcome back. Haven't seen you the whole day.
I think I lost my voice.
Are you sure?
Well, it has been a very amazing time today, and of course, the amount of games that we have played, damn, it is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, like the day it went the way we expected, and then it didn't go the other way. And then it was just a lot of unexpected fun, but that's what makes offline events fun, right?
Indeed. But it's really unfortunate that we have finally come to the end of the show here for the Ymir Cup World Championship. And honestly, all of this is not possible if not for WeMade as well as Razer.
Yeah, thank you for everyone who made this event possible, and shout out to the viewers watching at home, sending all of your support. Well, I think this is our time to say bye to the viewers as well. I'm Bella, and this is Eugene. Thank you for joining us, and see you at the next Ymir Cup. Say bye!